To the 4x100 race that day. Then Karmelo went back in the bleachers and he said he looked up, he saw his teammate just walking around, and so he continued to, warm up and everything. And then he saw and heard commotion under the
I'm gonna go
Memorial High
back.
School tent. And he initially described it as what looked like a loose surrounding.
Last year. Joining us live from outside the courthouse in Texas is Court TV anchor Cody Thomas. Nice to see you. So, what stood out from testimony today?
Well, Matt, the big headline from today is, of course, that the defense rested, and it was kind of abrupt. But before we get there, Matt, we have to remember they had a Saturday session. They actually worked on the weekend here a couple of days ago. I was in the courtroom. That is when the state rested after 21 witnesses.
They're not going home.
There was
good. They're not going home.
5 witnesses, but then the state wrapped up their case, did not call Hunter Metcalf, the brother, which was very interesting. And then the defense began their case Saturday afternoon.
Hey, Soldier Slim.
Of course, there was a couple of students that they called. One thing I thought stood out then, Matt, on this Saturday session was that one of these students, the defense attorney, clearly stated that they had not spoken before. He got up there and he asked them, we've only spoken for 2 minutes right here in the hallway before we came in. So there was no witness prep, and we know that's a huge factor that goes into trials that we cover here at Court TV. And, he's asking this kid questions to which the kid kind of doesn't really have answers to, or is kind of negating the narrative that the defense is trying to go down. And then once the prosecution gets up there in cross-examination, the prosecution says, oh, we've talked for more than 10 minutes. In fact, I was texting your father last night, which would have been Friday night. So that was interesting to me that the prosecution seemed to have a better relationship with this defense witness. But anyway, Matt, we fast forward.
Oh, wow.
Where there was 2 students.
Wait, wow, what?
Officer on the stand.
What?
The students testified.
What did he say?
Night. So that was interesting to me that the prosecution seemed to have a better relationship with this defense witness. Kind of doesn't really have answers to, or is kind of negating the narrative that the defense is trying to go down. And then once the prosecution gets up there in cross-examination, the prosecution says, oh, we've talked for more than 10 minutes. In fact, I was texting your father last night, which would have been Friday night. So that was interesting to me that the prosecution seemed to have a better relationship with this defense witness. But anyway,
wow.
Fast forward to today, where there was 2 students and an officer on the stand. The first student testifying.
Oh, that's why he said the officer lied.
Down and what he remembers, and he's walking through everything, Matt. He's telling the story about how the rain started. The rain's been a big factor here as to why, one of the reasons why Karmelo might have been under that tent. So he's talking about this rain. He talks about how when the rain started, they went to the dugout behind the stadium, him, Karmelo, 2 or 3 other boys, and while they were in the dugout, a coach came up and told them they couldn't be here, right? So they went back out, and then this student that was on the stand, he's a minor, so I can't identify him, but he went out and started warming up for the 4x100 race, and he said Karmelo initially came out, because Karmelo was an alternate to the 4x100 race that day. Then Karmelo went back in the bleachers, and he said he looked up, he saw his teammate just walking around, and so he continued to, warm up and everything. And then he saw and heard commotion under the Memorial High School tent. And he initially described
he's the first one I've found speaking.
Of Karmelo Anthony under the tent. So he got concerned because, hey, this is my teammate. Let me go see what's going on. I don't know if he has a friend up there. I don't know if it's just horse playing around. I don't know if this is serious. He says he's walking towards the bleachers. Of course, he's looking back to see if his teammates see what's happening. And then, of course, he turns around for a split second, and then all of a sudden, all the students start scattering through the bleachers. And so that was his account of what goes on. Of course, that scattering coming after the stabbing. Now, once the prosecution gets up on cross-examination, the prosecutor, clearly says that him and this student had met before prior to this trial, and he got the student to admit that in this pre-trial meeting that they had, they showed him that surveillance video that we also saw in court early on in this trial, and after seeing that video, the student admitted that some of his accounts or recounts of what happened were simply wrong. And so that was the big, kind of gotcha moment by the prosecution under cross-examination. And so then on redirect, the defense attorney brought up that if I brought up to you and said that the videos on these, or the timestamps on this video, didn't really add up here, what would you say to that? To which the student said, I wouldn't know that information, which that was talked about early on in the trial, how these 2 different angles of this video might have been a few, as far as, recounting what happened. So that was important, Matt. Then we have the officer up there that talked about how having a blade under 5.5 inches isn't necessarily illegal to have at a stadium, but it's obviously against school policy. That was pretty much the crux of his testimony. Only lasted 5 minutes, Matt. And then one more student after that got up there, and it was kind of a lackluster witness because he essentially said he didn't remember anything. And then he all but said that he didn't want to be there to testify. The prosecutor asked him under cross-examination and said, you and your father have talked before. Of course, you and the defense have talked, and the student had just signed to LSU for football 2 days ago from now. And, the prosecutor was getting at, you didn't really want to be here, did you? And the kid kind of chuckled and admitted that. So those are the three witnesses today, Matt. 2 students and an officer. And then we go to lunch at 11:15. And we go back in, and this judge, of course, has been really prompt, laying down the law, laying down the rules, really on time. Told us to be back here at 12:30 Central Time, local time here. So we get back, it's 12:30. All right, we're not in the courtroom, 12:45. We're still not in there, 1 o'clock. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, Matt, at 2:15, we go back in that courtroom. And, of course, as we're sitting out there, all the speculations kind of, floating through everybody's head. Are they negotiating a plea deal? Is he going to testify? What is the meaning of all of this? Because this judge has been so prompt. We get back in there, we sit down for a couple of minutes, and then the defense attorney, Mike Howard, gets up and says, the defense rests. The state puts on no rebuttal, they rest, and then the judge gives, the instruction to the jury that you're going to hear closing arguments tomorrow morning, which are scheduled for tomorrow morning. They're going to get that a jury instruction, and then they're going to have the case to go back for deliberations, and they are sequestered, Matt, meaning that they aren't going home. They can deliberate as late as 10 or 11 p.m. that the judge was saying, and if they decide to call it quits, they don't come to an answer tomorrow on that verdict, they'll have to go back to a hotel nearby where, there will be no TVs, there will be no phones, so they can't, taint their minds with, before their decision-making going on in these deliberations. So kind of an abrupt resting by the defense here, Matt, and they're moving along. It's been pedal to the metal here. We've had 4 days of testimony. It only went about half a day today before each side rested, so we're on schedule to be done by the end of this week, as this judge wanted to in this trial.
Yeah, I think it's ahead of schedule, according to what our projections were and what we were hearing from all of the parties. No surprise there that the colloquy, obviously there's no cameras, isn't done in front of the jury, but it is kind of a surprise that it wasn't done in open court in front of you and the other media members and the family. So that's surprising. But from what I'm hearing you say, not only did this defendant not take the stand, but they really didn't even call witnesses that really went to the self-defense defense that they were promising the jury.
That's exactly right, Matt. The prosecution called over 10 student eyewitnesses from all varying different schools. The defense called some witnesses. And in fact, Matt, one of the defense's student witnesses, at the end of his testimony, a defense witness said that he believed Karmelo was in the wrong. That was just shocking to me. And that witness, along with 100% of all the other prosecution's witnesses, all, said that this did not look like self-defense. They said Karmelo was the instigator, Karmelo was the aggressor. They also said, some of them did say Austin Metcalf was, getting boisterous as well. We know how boys can get. They all, these witnesses didn't expect for anybody to have a knife. Boys fight. They've been doing that for decades. No one really expected anything this detrimental to happen, but not a single student got up there, Matt, and aided to the self-defense claim.
Yeah, and then again, he didn't testify, so that's a little bit surprising in a self-defense case that we see. So you spent the weekend there, as we know. You had testimony that you covered over the weekend. How has the mood been in the community?
Was it guilt?
During this weekend,
beyond a reasonable doubt? No.
Started bringing us to this point. We are on the eve of closings.
Absolutely.
Do y'all see reasonable doubt?
Here outside, Matt, I can see some of the police putting up some extra barricades that are rolling in one of those towers with extra cameras on it, because tomorrow's could possibly be verdict day. And out here this morning, we had, groups supporting each party that were out here. Obviously there's been some mouthing off. We've seen it floating around on social media, videos getting posted of these different groups out in the parking lot going at each other, but there's been no violence. People have a right to, voice their opinions across this parking lot, but inside the courtroom, Matt, you can feel the tension, but everyone's keeping things professional. No one's giving any snide looks because, of course, the judge would admonish those things, but outside in the parking lot is where most of that tension is, coming to a head out here. But again, no violence, nothing super crazy, but hopefully the security's heightened out here tomorrow, because it could go either way, and I'm sure there are going to be opinions, judgments, and reactions no matter which way this verdict goes.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think we might be in a verdict watch tomorrow afternoon. Cody Thomas, thank you so much for your reporting. We'll look forward to more from you coming from that courthouse there.
Okay, let me let y'all hear what they're saying, because Beyond a reasonable doubt. Looking at that trailer trash in the back. Who? Oh, you talking about your mama? Who you calling trailer trash? I'm just playing. Who you talking about? Soldier Slim? Who the Hold up, let me get here. Let's listen to old girl. Because where you see her at? In the back. Oh, did they just show her? Oh, I didn't see her. I was listening. I'm sorry, soldier. A negative 88. I didn't see her. They just showed her. I was over here listening to Rebecca. I can't. And she's making the points, kind of like what my attorney friend was saying. So hold on. I wasn't paying attention. I'm trying to do two things at one time. And Lord, I'm calling my buddy. I'm saying ugly stuff. I thought you was calling Karmelo Anthony ugly.
We start today with breaking news from the track meet stabbing trial of Karmelo Anthony. After a 3-hour break in the middle of today's proceedings, the defense has rested its case now. Our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, is coming to us from the Collin County Courthouse this afternoon, where she has been watching the trial all day. Rebecca, this phase of the trial is coming to an end, both sides resting. Did that come as a surprise to folks that the defense wrapped up so quickly?
Jason, it did come as a surprise to many of the courtroom observers because many anticipated that the defense would go a little bit longer and that Karmelo Anthony could possibly take the stand, but we didn't hear from him, and we also didn't hear from Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's twin brother. The defense ended its case by calling 2 student athletes and a Frisco police detective before court unexpectedly broke for nearly 3 hours. One Centennial student testified he saw what appeared to be a push moments before Austin Metcalf was stabbed. Another Frisco student described track meets as highly social events.
Yeah, they may have been trying to negotiate a deal. Remember that Jake Lang was saying that they were looking at manslaughter. We know it's not a first degree because it wasn't premeditated. Yeah, and I'm sure if they're negotiating, they would probably be trying to negotiate, that manslaughter. But okay, so before I go there, let me read what my attorney friend said. I read it earlier, but let me read it on here. Let me get to it. Because it made sense to us. Yes. It just won't be done. Oh, Lord. Oh, do I want y'all to see me? Yes, Lord.
Sometimes I get desperate and I say like this. I say, Lord, fix it for me.
Fix it for him, Jesus. Yes, Lord. We need you.
Know that only God, Lord, if
you don't do it,
it just won't be done. So, Lord,
do it for him. Do it for him, Lord.
Sometimes I get desperate and I say like this. I say, Lord, fix it for me. Anybody know that only God, Lord, if you don't do it, it just won't be done. So, Lord,
do it for me.
Sometimes I get desperate and I say like this. I say, Lord,
I'm gonna say it.
Fix it for me. Anybody know that
only God can do it.
Don't do it. It just won't be done. So Lord,
do it for him. Okay, let me get. Nah, he not a thug. But them cornbread fed Peach Boys was. Okay, so let me see. He got a new one. Hold on. Okay, he got another. Having someone testify that Karmelo told Austin not to touch him, and Karmelo being visibly upset after the incident is likely why he didn't testify. Wait a minute, let me say that again. Having someone testify that Karmelo told Austin not to touch him, and Karmelo being visibly upset after the incident is likely why he did not testify. The question remains, will the jury allow a black kid to walk free for killing a white kid in Collin County? Will the jury believe Karmelo was justified in having force? He just noted that 14 minutes ago. An hour ago, what I had read earlier is the state called 21 witnesses. The defense got to cross-examine those witnesses, which he broke them down. He broke their lies down. What I take from the defense closing so soon is that they felt the state did not make its case. The only other witness the defense could have called was Karmelo. I don't know their strategy, but my take on it is that the defense could only take on it is the risk of putting Karmelo on the stand was much greater than the state failing to call Austin's brother to testify. Why would you not call the brother to testify? He said, if I would have been tempted to call him if I was the counsel of defense. Let me say it again. The state called 21 people. They cross-examined all of them and broke them down. I'm saying, and he broke them down. He called out their lies. What I take from the defense closing so soon is that they felt the state did not make its case. The only other witness the defense could have called was Karmelo. I don't know their strategy, but my take on it is that the risk of putting Karmelo on the stand was much greater than the state failing to call Austin's brother to testify. Why would you not call the brother to testify? I would have been tempted to call him if I was the counsel of defense or the defendant. Did y'all get that? I gotta eat, y'all. I've been half stepping. Does that make sense to us? So when he said that he cross-examined, the state called 21. They got an opportunity to cross-examine them, and when he cross-examined them, he should have removed the doubt because they lied and they got busted in they lie. Okay? And that's why he's saying that they probably felt like the state didn't make the case because his cross-examination ate them up. Right? The cross-examination ate them up. Who needs to get out of here? Okay. Yeah, I was finna say something ugly, but I don't want nobody saying, "Ooh, she went." Yeah, because he was right at the scene, so he knows something. Right. Okay, so what happened was when I crossed over, I didn't weed these trolls out. Hold on. When I crossed over, I didn't go through my full process. So bear with me. That's why they in here talking that shit. Let me eliminate that somewhat. Because I can't, I'm already having hunger issue, issues and can't read and walk and look over here and look over there. I ain't got time for that. Let me finish the setup, y'all. Hey, Natural, so you here? I see you. Okay, yeah. Anything about him going to jail, prison, I don't want it in here. I don't want none of them lies. I don't want none of that in here. Put them out. Who the crackhead, Captain? Your mama? She had to been high when she had you. Who you talking about, a crackhead? Gotta be your mama. You don't put your mama habits on nobody over here. Your mama or your daddy. I'm setting it up, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. That's whack. What they say? Crack is whack. And then your mama is too. Okay. 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 All right. All right. All right. Okay. That should have slowed that down. Now, where was I? Okay, so did we... Some. Soldier, it won't let me show your message. So when I was reading the attorney from Dallas, when he was saying about Hunter and Karmelo not taking the stand. So when they chose to, Hunter refused to go, and they was trying to subpoena him, and lunch was 3 hours and all of that type of stuff, was because they was going to call Hunter. Okay? And Hunter pled the fifth. He refused to go up there. Then it's the state's burden to prove, right? So if he refused to go up there, because calling him up on the stand, putting his ass on the stand, would have gave up himself and his brother. Remember the old video where he said his brother was aggressive. It escalated. His brother got aggressive. He grabbed the bag. You know, he went up. He went up to where Karmelo was. Okay, that would have came out, and if he would have lied, then they would have been able to play that old video. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, you know, I want to credit myself. I mean, I know people won't ever admit it. I know they won't. Was nobody talking about that old video until Auntie Fee pulled it out. Nobody talked about that old video. I mean, and I did it strategically. You know, I know they be in the bushes. And I wanted it to go out and go forward so everybody would talk about that old video. The video where he was doing his confessing about his brother, grabbed the bag aggressively, went up there to put out. So what they typically do is go from Austin going up there and pushing him, and then him just stabbing. They leave out all the rest of the steps. Okay. Oh, thank you, Quad Man. Yeah. So playing that old video would have been hearing the confessions. So that's why they refused for him to go up there. This is why this lunch was 3 hours. Cause not only would they be able to eat him up, all they would have to do is play this old video. You know, and the way the defense will pop out evidence, pictures. Oh, let's watch this. Let's look at that. This is this not you on the middle of the football field, stretching with him, laughing at him, high-siding with him? Y'all, that's what y'all do. So they are really good at that. So that's why my attorney friend says the defense got to cross-examine those witnesses, and he did, and he was able to expose their lies. That's doubt right there. Okay, so if Hunter would have went on the stand, he would have ate his ass up just the same with the video of him confessing. Illis, you know what video I'm talking about, right? I played it for 2-3 days. Yeah, yeah. So that was why they said that there was no need to put Karmelo up, because it is the state that has to prove that what they're saying is true. So, and then that means that they would have had to cross-examine Karmelo. So if Hunter didn't go up, then Karmelo didn't need to go up. Karmelo would have only needed to go up. They won't let me. What? They won't let you what? Won't let me. Say that again, soldier. So are you telling me you don't remember the video I've been playing for 2 days? I mean, I'll gladly play it because I love exposing Hunter. Yeah, that's why I kept saying yesterday the family can't afford to lose another son. They only had 2. One is gone, and if Hunter go on that stand, so let me play it. I just played it. It was on the other device. Let me see. I got too many devices going up. Can you play it back, please? I can. For you, soldier. Since I thought you was a one of them trolling. I didn't know they showed that negative 88. But she calming down. Unless she don't. I don't know. Do I have a short on this? Unless she flared back up again. Here we go. Man, I promise that this thing, and it ain't that it's out of juice. It's trying to, they been messing with my devices. I ain't lying, y'all. I can't even go up on platforms. Hold on. Y'all help me get some new equipment and hit my like button. I don't, it just every time. They tried to hack me last week. Tried to get me to let them in my system.
Come back.
You, Megan. Take your time. Hunter, I know you were there when it happened. What can you tell us about what happened at that track meet? How could this thing that seems like is not on the menu of possibilities could happen? I was at a track meet, by the way, on Tuesday. This is not something you think could ever happen. How did it happen?
So it was a really bad storm in the morning, and they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school. And we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is when he's just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more higher intensity. And the kid said just some aggressive stuff, reckless stuff. Also try to handle the problem.
Austin was always one to step up. He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is because they have personal items there.
So he
all
stepped up to
self-control,
him.
just
Keep
like that, just
listening.
precautions and stuff. And our coaches always told us don't let other schools like mess with our
So
stuff.
he should have went got the coach.
Into area. We set that up for the girls track every meet we had. So it's just like he knew he wasn't supposed to be there, and it's just a tragedy what happened.
He asked him 15 times. He should have went got the
What happened,
coach.
Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him running down the bleachers, grabbing his chest, and just blood rushing out. He said, he got
He
stabbed
did
in
what,
the
y'all?
side. First I froze for half a second.
Yeah, you
I didn't
left
know
him
what to do.
hanging.
And
You
then
ran and
I
you
saw
was scared
him
because you
fall
know that you started
over
this
there.
shit. And this time y'all bullied somebody, it did not go as a defeat. Y'all didn't get a chance to beat this boy down,
Yeah,
record it and laugh about it.
best I can to
But yeah, there
understand.
was. You can see, you can picture what happened when
Did y'all hear him say he was aggressive? His brother was aggressive, grabbed the bag.
I don't want to put down my mom right now, but I pushed my hand on there, trying to make it stop, and I grabbed his head and I looked in his eyes. I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too.
You're not supposed to be in this tent. This is.
That's not Frisco law. That's not in their books.
Area. We set that up for the girls track every meet we had. So.
Did y'all hear him say it?
He knew he wasn't supposed to be there.
How did he know that? He got the guy said he could.
And then what happened?
What happened?
After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He didn't have to leave. He has already spoke to somebody before. He asked them, "Can I sit here?" They said yes. He was sitting there. Then the other guy that goes to Memorial, Eddie, moved the guy that he was sitting next to, that he was chit-chatting with, small talking with, and then he moved that guy over and they exchanged seats. So he was talking to Eddie. Both of those guys, one who said he could sit there, and Eddie, who goes there, moved the other guy over to sit next to him. They was talking. It was chit-chat. It ain't even about the tent. He didn't have to leave, handsome. We've already accepted. Was you been listening to? They said that during track that they walk all over the place. They intermingle. He knew somebody who went there, handsome. Yeah, you talking ugly. Now you talking reckless. But he didn't have to leave. Why would another kid try to make somebody leave? He's a kid. He was an underclassman. Who the fuck he think he is? He don't run shit. He didn't buy that tent. It wasn't a Metcalf tent. And it's friendly rival. And he was supposed to go get a coach. Handsome, ugly, face, fuck, nigga. Yeah, get your ass up out of here. I'm doing too much explaining. You playing dumb. Hell, did I put that thing? Yeah, they just coming in. They will wait them 10 minutes, baby, to come. Yeah, I mean, they here, ain't they? Frank, I mean, Lord. And they don't want me playing this video. So I was about to stop. Guess what? I'm gonna play it again. Yeah, since it ruffled your feathers, who the fuck is he? Yeah, he not a coach. The coach was supposed to have been under the fucking tent. Why the coach wasn't doing his job? Ask that question. He know that these are some losers, and he wasn't even supposed to be there because he was suspended. He was suspended. Both of them cornbread fed ass sorry pizza. Beep. Yeah. And they mama raised them type of hoodlums. They are Frisco thugs. That's why they asses was suspended. Poor performance. Fuck you mean? Yeah, ain't nobody finna hop around just because. You should have went and got a coach. Yeah, but he was already talking to Eddie. Eddie should have told his partner. Y'all know, I know him. I know. We was just shooting the breeze. We do this all the time. Yeah. And it got aggressive because You are a loser. Well, you're not no more. Rest in peace. But you was. So y'all don't come in here trying to troll me about it. Yeah. And they were being bullies. White thugs. Exactly. I see what you, let me read it. They scared he gonna get acquitted. Yeah. That is it. Cause once I read the attorney friend and he says the other day, he said all he needs is one person to believe him. And the reasonable doubt. When the defense attorney ate all of those football players that the Metcalf daddy was back there shaking his head. No, he wasn't a big guy. You know good and damn well he big. You know good and well that Hunter in Austin a big cornbread, double cornbread fed ass boys. Yeah, so he said they scared that they gonna be acquitted, white folks about to lose their mind. I'll do the same thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, don't bully me. I don't know what his pocket knife looked like, but I know what mine looked like. And if I feel afraid, if I feel threatened, and I'm somewhere, baby, it's going in, and I'm turning it. So them little old bitty rabbit blades in the back can do what it do. Leave me alone. Keep your hands to yourself. Because he was already in trouble with the coach. Absolutely. The big ass D1. Absolutely. I'm going to let this one ride. So he said them and they mama. Y'all, I'm laughing because they know, boo, I will wear you and your mama out. I'm cool with mama jokes. Baby, my mama did a hell of a job. So you can say whatever you want to say about my mama. Huge bag. Yeah, big bag. Yeah. Rabbit, whole pig eating ass. Let's go. Since they want to come in and play with me.
He stepped up over there. Austin moved.
He stepped up over there. Austin moved. What? Say that again for the ones in the back. He stepped up. It got aggressive when Hunter got involved.
What happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
Hey, Monty. I'm gonna work your mama out.
Austin moved. Got aggressive. He grabbed the bag.
He moved, got aggressive, and grabbed the bag. He moved, got aggressive, and grabbed the bag. What is that? I mean, he going to it. He going into the storm, huh? He going into the hurricane, huh? He got up, he got aggressive, grabbed the bag.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there. Austin moved. Got aggressive. He grabbed the bag. And then I whipped my head around. And then all of a sudden, I see him running down the bleachers, grabbing his chest.
This is why Hunter couldn't get his fat ass up there and talk, because he would have had to say exactly that. Yeah, them trolls come in here, they don't want to hear that. Yeah, it's there. Huh? He would have had to say exactly that. And if he altered, all the defense would have had to do is play this video.
It's just a tragedy what happened.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
Let me slow it down. Because he tried to run that aggressive real close. He tried to run it real close. Let me slow that bad baby down a little bit, so we can hear what I go there.
He stepped up over there. Austin moved. Got aggressive. He grabbed the bag.
See how he run that, got aggressive, grabbed the bag.
Like, he knew he wasn't supposed to be there. And it's just a tragedy what happened. And
then what happened, Austin? after your brother stepped up, what happened then?
Hold on. Let me speed it up just a little. Yeah. Let's see.
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag. And then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him.
He didn't want to say. He left out. He got aggressive and he grabbed the bag to pushed it at him and I was standing there behind him. I pushed him and Austin hit him. And then the other guys that was around did whatever they did. You see what I'm saying? He left that out. He didn't even want to say he got aggressive.
And so it's just like he knew he wasn't supposed to be there. And he was it's just a tragedy what happened.
You know what?
And then what happened, Austin, after your brother stepped up?
Meaning,
what happened then?
No, that's not what. It's either, it could be that he stepped up, because I remember one of the guys said he stepped up and took one for the team. You know, he defended the team because they was scoring. But it also means that he stepped up to those 5 bleachers to get to Karmelo. He stepped up. Remember, Austin turned around and said, who are you? Who are you? Who the fuck you are? Yeah. And he said, I'm Melo. Yellow Melo. Austin tried to defend his brother per Hunter. That's what he always do. He always have my back.
Not on the menu of possible.
But stepping up could be them 5 steps, because he walked up. He didn't walk. He skipped up. His trailer trash mama keep looking over at him. Yep. Because she raised them Frisco hoodlum thugs.
Abilities could happen. Again, I was at a track meet, by the way, on Tuesday.
We don't care about
This
you.
is not something you think could ever happen. How did it happen?
So there was a really bad storm in the morning, and they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school, because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent
Absolutely,
up,
Candy.
All the bleachers were right there. We're now wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for, and I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers.
He's finna say rowdy, act a fool. That's what he was about to say. And then he's paused and said what he always do, defending him.
Said something just inappropriate and hello to old coaches and catching up with them.
Oh, I went back too far.
Back to our call for him, and I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers.
Start being how he always is. Start being how he always is. How is that, Hunter? See, I would have, baby, I missed my calling. Because I would have ate his ass up. How he always is. Aggressive. Yeah, bullying. Standing tall over people and shit. Punching. Yeah. If it wasn't Karmelo, it was going to be somebody else. Oh.
Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for, and I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped.
So who started it? I turned around and said, and while you in their conversation over there, up there, you in their conversation, you turned around and addressed him. So his brother was doing what he always do, being a bully and aggressive, yeah, to defend his brother. Hey, Travis. Hey. Yeah, y'all know certain stuff will bring me out. And once I'm on it, I ain't gonna let go. Y'all know that. Yeah. Yeah, you look high right there. But carry on.
My brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the
Oh,
field house of the middle school because he attended that middle school where he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for, and I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just slapping my back, and things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff. Also try to handle the problem.
Austin was always one to step up.
She condoned that bullying stuff.
To step up and be the person that would do
the bully
right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is like because they have personal items.
Ma'am, that wasn't about that. Stop lying. You making it. That's why they liars, because you're a liar.
Our coaches always told us don't let,
your kids are a liar because you're a liar.
Just sit around our tent area. And we said
what about no damn tent?
Every meet we had, so it's just like, he knew he wasn't supposed to be there. And it's just a tragedy what happened.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him running down the bleachers, grabbing his chest, just blood rushing out. He said, he got stabbed. First I froze for half a second. I didn't know what to do. And then I saw him by the fall.
You don't want to say, you talking about you froze for a second, I don't know what to do. You left out the point that I ran after him. And when I realized that he was too fast for my fat ass, I turned around and then went to go see about my brother. You left that out. I know you don't want all that to come out. Yeah, because that's not how y'all hand painted the picture. Yeah, so if you'd have took your ass up on that stand, all of that would have came out. You understand? Yeah, so the burden was on the state. And the state didn't want your ass up there. And then in them 3 hours that they was trying to figure out, because they tried to subpoena you and because you pled the fifth and you... what? You was already there. And if they was going... yeah. You were already there. You understand? And they was finna make your ass get up there and testify, and you refused. You had a pissy fit, baby Huey, ass up in the corner, crying and slinging snot. No, I can't talk about my brother, because it's really my fault. If I would have never got into that business, what did you do? Yeah. You started it when you turned around and asked him, who are you? And your brother was defending you because whatever he was saying, you wasn't winning. And you was having a hissy fucking fit. Yeah, you knew who he was. If this was about football, you knew his stats. You knew his stats. They didn't want us to know that this was about football. They wanted us to believe it was about a tent. And him being under the tent without like he was stealing. The whole time he done sit up there and had a conversation with the person that he said, can I sit here? As well as Eddie bringing his sorry, no friend ass over there saying, hey, can you move over? This is my partner. And they were sitting there scoring, shooting the breeze. Yeah, high-siding about football. Everybody it's like everybody hate the Cowboys. And every time you hanging with your partner who is Pittsburgh, then y'all gonna have da to say. And whenever the Cowboys have a bad season, all the people gonna do is say, man, they full of crap. They shit. They ain't a but they this, that, and the other. I mean, am I gonna have to come out of my auntie role and role play with y'all about football too? Huh? Yeah, so because Karmelo Anthony was getting the best of Eddie, who wanted to record Karmelo getting jumped by his squad, the big boys, because that's what he said, they was the linemen, the linebackers. So if he'd have took his Humpty Dumpty Pillsbury Doughboy ass up on that stand, he would have been cross-examined. No, the defense, he would have got ate up. And once he played the video, it would have been nothing to cross-examine. They would have said, I can't touch that. Doom, 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 doom. Can't touch that. Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to touch this video right here. This was the confession. So, if he went up, right, then Karmelo would have went up. He don't have to take the stand. If Hunter don't, and Hunter would have went up that line, then we would have loved to hear the story. Does that make sense? So let me get back to Rebecca Lopez, because she talks about the reasonable doubt.
Hours. One Centennial student testified he saw what appeared. Also didn't hear from Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's twin brother. The defense ended its case by calling 2 student athletes and a Frisco police detective before court unexpectedly broke for nearly 3 hours. One Centennial student testified he saw what appeared to be a push moments before Austin Metcalf was stabbed. Another Frisco student described track meets as highly social.
If I would have known that, I would have asked them if it's the act. So was it an accident? You filed the insurance policy and said that it was an accident. So was it an accident only to get paid double for the insurance policy? Or do you really feel that it was not an accident? You can't file insurance policy and claim it an accident and then get in court and say that it was premeditated. It wasn't an accident. That's not an accident. Hey, Lachelle. Thank y'all. But my likes ain't up. Get my likes up. Y'all crazy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that for you. They got paid. That's what I'm hearing. But my likes, get my likes up, y'all. I've been in here 53 minutes. My likes ain't up. I'm giving y'all way too much tea, and y'all not supporting me. Oh, you have to. Yeah, it could have been prevented if them cornbread fed as hood Frisco hoodlums, thugs would have kept their hands to themselves. No, it wasn't worth it. Y'all double tap the face of y'all screen or hit those 3 dots at the top right. You got to get my likes up. I've been on here all day. I've only ate a spoonful of cabbage and a piece of toast. Double tap. I hit those 3 dots at the top. Big boys. Ooh, I know they thought they had 2 NFL twins, baby. They was feeding them and eating wild. You know, mangy. Probably ate some rabbit ass pigs and some shit. I'm sure they asses was full of parasites. Get my lights up, y'all. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That's what they was banking on. Yeah, and that's why when they did a cross-examination and a demonstration of how he pushed Karmelo, it was a linebacker move, lifting that ass up off the earth, up under his chest wing, wing, whatever that's called. Oh, that's okay. Y'all hit the like button. I need 100 likes. 3 dots at the top right corner. Hit up. And if you hit down, make sure you leave when you hit that down. That means that you're not satisfied with what you're hearing. Respectfully, I'm cool with that. But get your ass up out of here as soon as you hit that down button. I know my tea is hot, baby. I know my tea is hot. I know how to connect the dots, and I know how to contact an attorney friend who has been very, very, very successful in his practice and his law firm. I know of at least 2 cops, black on, intruding, and the little kid that looked like him, in Ball Springs. All he need is one. Get the lights up. Who coming on? Y'all make me sick. If I didn't want to hear what they was gonna say, y'all keep hitting the like button, because you know at any time I will pause.
Events where athletes often visit. The student described track meets as highly satisfied. He saw what appeared to be a push moments before Austin Metcalf was stabbed.
Okay.
Karmelo Anthony could possibly take the stand, but we didn't hear from him, and we also didn't hear from Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's twin brother. The defense ended its case by calling 2 student athletes and a Frisco police detective before court unexpectedly broke for nearly 3 hours. One Centennial student testified he saw what appeared to be a push moments before Austin Metcalf was stabbed. Another Frisco student described
I don't want him locked up
as
either.
highly social events where athletes often visit other teams' tents. Jurors also heard from a detective who reviewed witness interviews and phone evidence during the
So
investigation.
for the slow person that kept saying he told him 15 times, why did he just leave? He didn't have to. It wasn't his tent. It wasn't his job. It was not his responsibility. So if he did that 15 times, it doesn't mean that there was time enough for him to go get a coach. If he said it 15 times, after 5 times, he should have went and got a coach. But he wanted to punk somebody. He was mad because he said that y'all team sucked last season. And he wasn't lying, because your coach told you that too. So I'm sure you didn't want to go to the coach. Hell, because he looked at you like a piece of shit. He was disgusted in y'all. Yo, you mean?
As highly social events where athletes often visit other teams' tents. Jurors also heard from a detective who reviewed witness interviews and phone evidence during the investigation. When court resumed, both sides rested and officially closed the evidence. That means jurors never heard from Karmelo Anthony himself. They also, again, never heard testimony from Austin Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter Metcalf. The decision not to call Anthony is significant, but legal experts know the defense is not required to prove his innocence. Under the law, the burden remains entirely on prosecutors to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did they prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? Y'all, let me know in the comment section. Did they prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? If all they are relying on are the black football boys to turn on not only some of their partners, but another black individual, did they prove it? Once they got chopped down in their lies, the one boy who really didn't want to lie, He didn't know. I don't know. I don't know. And Metcalf said, watch me, look over at me, and I'll tell you the answer type shit. Did they prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? It only takes one person to say, yeah, no. I mean, everybody that they put on their lie, and they, the defense exposed the truth. They had to come back and say, well, no. So we are holding on to a reasonable doubt. I understand you illis being upset about it, but we are looking at after. So when my attorney friend said the cross-examination is what would have made this an acquittal, because there is doubt beyond a reasonable doubt. And once they got caught lying, once old boy said, no, I don't know him like that. I see him and I speak, but I don't know him like that. To then turn around, you done invited him to your grandmama's birthday and shit like that. He done been to his house. You know his girlfriend and you cool with her, but you interacting. You a third wheel? What? You riding with Karmelo and his girlfriend? You get in this boy car? Huh? Y'all got family pictures and shit, and you get on the stand and say, I don't know him like that. I mean, I know him. We ain't cool like that. Music, now your mama full of shit for having you. She birthed a bunch of bullshit. Now you are bull. I'm not just full of shit. You are. Yeah, and your mama is too. She should have swallowed you. Boy, I got bars. Auntie Fish spitting bars on this. Music is my passion. Boy, you better get into a sport and leave that music alone, because you sound like a bear. Yeah, spit your ass out. Boy, I could start connecting them dots and putting the truth out there, and he said, you full of shit. I'm full of the truth, and the truth gonna set you and your mama free. Do I need to bump it up to 20 minutes? Yeah, boy, that truth will set you free. Yeah, you better stop lying on me. Is what come. Yeah. I'm good at breaking it down, baby. I don't know if you done been over here before, but Auntie Fee can collect them dots, park some, drive some, and before it's over, she gonna connect the dots so that all her tea sippers, new and old, will be able to see a clear picture. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Yeah, the rain is gone. Get your ass up out of here. Okay, so the truth is locking Milk Duds up for... no, sir. Not Milk Duds. The white chocolate. That's why the white chocolate ain't here no more. Because he played with the wrong Milk Dud. He tried to punk the wrong Milk Dud. See how that worked out? That white chocolate? Yeah, he resting in peace for messing with the wrong Milk Dud. Stop putting your hands on people. Yeah. Teach your kids, Jason. Yeah, not to put his hands on people. How about that, Milk Dud? Talking about locking up a Milk Dud. Yeah. Somebody see those lies. Yeah, all of the Metcalfs and them good old white chocolate hateful people. Yeah. Got busted lying on a Milk Dove. Baby, that Milk Dove got two colors of chocolate, caramel and brown. Yeah, you see, that's all that Milk Dove is 50 shades of brown. And that combination right there, is good. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I'm telling y'all gonna make me tell y'all why it's rest in peace. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Himself. They also again never heard testimony from Austin Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter Metcalf. The decision not to call Anthony is significant, but legal experts note the defense is not required to prove his innocence. Under the law, the burden remains entirely on prosecutors to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Jason.
So Rebecca, obviously, as you just said, there are defendants.
Well, I think the daddy clapped those boys' cheeks. Let's get into it, Jason. The PDF daddy. Yeah, since you want to go there, white chocolate. Yeah, you came from us, white nigga. You understand? Yeah, I think the daddy clapped they butt cheeks, and that's why they beat their daddy's ass. Yeah, they beat the daddy's ass. Broke bones and shit in his body. Yeah, for playing with their ass. How about that? How you like that? You like that? Did that make you be able to see better? Y'all say bye to Jason. Yeah, I told y'all gonna keep on making me hurt y'all feelings. Yeah, cause he was probably busting their ass. Them good old boys. Yeah, that's them Trump. This is Trump land now. This is Trump land. Yeah, get your ass up out of here. Yeah, how you like your treatment before you left? Now let me back it up, cause every time they come in here on that shit, they come in there. I think they trying to deflect, so I backs it up. What genuine? Was it juvenile? Yeah, say back that thing up. Back that thing up. Shit.
Is significant, but legal experts note
hey Jerry.
Not required to prove
hey Candy.
Innocence. Under the law, the burden remains entirely on prosecutors to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Reasonable doubt.
So Rebecca, obviously, as you just said there, a defendant is not required to testify at their own trial. Still going into this, I think a lot of experts were expecting that perhaps Anthony would take the stand. And
if Hunter would have took the stand.
But that was just one of those curves that we saw in court today when he didn't.
Yes, that was one of the biggest questions hanging over this trial. Would Karmelo Anthony take the stand? And ultimately, there was this long 3-hour time period where we believe that the attorneys were discussing whether or not he was going to take the stand. And ultimately, they decided not to because, again, some defense attorneys say that they don't put their client on the stand because, again, this is a 17-year-old kid who is going up against very seasoned prosecutors, and they just did not want to take that risk. That often happens in cases like this, and ultimately, again, he didn't have to take the stand. It is not his burden to prove his innocence. It's entirely up to prosecutors to do that.
All he needs is one.
You also touched on another big salient point from proceedings today, that being that Hunter Metcalf did not take the stand as well. Again, I think they're going into this trial. A lot of folks were expecting that perhaps Austin's twin brother would also testify.
Why would he not?
Yes, he was right there next to his brother and actually also tried to give him CPR.
That's a
and
lie.
So a lot of people anticipated he might be the prosecution's star witness, but prosecutors believe that they had enough witnesses to prove their case and ultimately decided not to call him. And that also could be because this was the worst moment of Hunter Metcalf's life, and it could be that prosecutors just did not want to subject this Hunter Metcalf to having to relive the death of his twin brother, Austin.
Oh, all right, before we let you go here, Rebecca, where do we go next here now that both of the sides have rested? What are we expecting?
So tomorrow morning, the jury will be read the charges by the judge, and then they will hear closing arguments from both sides, where both sides wrap up their cases and tell the jurors what they believe they proved in this case, and then they will begin deliberations, and the judge has already said that he will sequester this jury if they don't come up with a verdict tomorrow. He will put them in a hotel overnight, and that's to kind of keep them away from any kind of media or to see anything on the TV or read anything about this or hear from anybody about this trial to keep this process fair, Jason.
All right, Rebecca, once again, thanks so much for walking us through another big day in court in this trial that has certainly drawn a lot of interest. Really appreciate it. WFAA, of course, is your eyes and ears.
I'm going to get to that after. What was we listening to? Let me see. Before I stopped and started. Where were we? Who was I playing before I stopped and went and got... Oh, man, where was I? Hold on. Oh, ticket. Okay, yeah. Let me go here before I get back on ticket. I'm stalling for Nick and the other lady. Somebody who was actually in here. Well, let's go here. Y'all better get my likes up for I start tripping. Oh, hold on. Before I start tripping, I need something that is gonna hold me because I gotta eat. I'm stumbling. I gotta do better. Let me see something. I'm scrolling down to see if they have. Y'all, my likes ain't up. I have 170 people in here. I need for y'all to hit those 3 dots at the top right corner and hit the like button. Like before I start this next y'all double tap. Yeah. Ain't but one person have double tap their phone or hit those 3 dots at the top. So I'll wait. 160 people in here. Keep dropping. Keep dropping. If y'all can't hit the like button, you can't hear my tea. My tea ain't for free. Go on over there where they lie to you. You know, y'all using me for my attorney friend. Y'all using me for my connections. The hell you mean? What's that lady name? Hell you mean? Y'all using me for my contact. Yeah, in the legal field. A successful law practice. Law firm, I'm sorry. Law firm. Yeah. Y'all better hit those 3 dots at the top right and get my likes up or leave. Now, I'm finna be stingy with my sources. Hell, how did lady say? Hell, you mean? Coming in here trying to attack me. Yeah, for the truth. Yeah. T said, because I ain't had to go like that with trolls. But they would, listen, y'all, they won't hit the like button. Yeah, they wore me out. They didn't. I had to wear them out. But they was back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I don't know why they play with me. T-Sippers. They say I'm old, but I'm telling you, I roll. I roll with the punches, baby. Trust me. I'm born tough. I'm Oak Cliff tough. I don't care how early we move north. I am Oak Cliff tough, baby. Okay. Get the likes up. I need 30 more people to hit the like button. Then we can roll on. Wanna roll with you, baby. Float on. I need 20 more likes. And get to the T. And then I can check and see if my friend done said something else. Because every time, he puts it out there for us so that we can know what's going on the cool. You stiff in the cliff. Yeah. Yeah. I can tell y'all some story about Oak Cliff and singing his, and then y'all would really, really, really know how old I am. And shit. Woo. Yeah, we pretty tough kids. Down the street from R.L. Thornton. Yeah. Down the street. Hold on, y'all. I need 20 more people to double tap. Hit those 3 dots at the top. Move my numbers. Yeah, Juice Box know where this mouth come from. I'm sure she could tell you I ain't fake. I'm true to it, boo-boo. Don't come in here playing with me. I'm gonna hurt your feelings. I'm gonna whoop that ass like your mama should have with my mouth. Okay? With the words that are coming out of my mouth. Don't play with me. Go play with yourself. Yeah. So y'all just not gonna hit the like button? Okay, so when I stop right in the middle of something that's good, don't be mad at me. I'm gonna stop right in the middle, right when it's about to get good. And then it's gonna start spinning around on your ass. And then next thing you're gonna know, you're going to the next live. I need 18 more likes. And if 18 more likes, I don't get them real soon, I'm going to shut down. Okay? Right in the middle of them talking. I'm telling you now.
Well, you are watching day 6 of After the Trial, a streaming show we have here on WFAA Plus. We have special coverage of this track meet stabbing trial. Karmelo Anthony is charged with murder, beating,
Clipping them at the knees.
We have an awesome panel here. First of all, breaking news. Both the defense and the state have rested their cases. There will be no new evidence presented to this jury. We have Bree West.
That video, God damn.
You've been on the state side. Today you're going to be playing both sides for us if you can.
Absolutely.
And then we have Rebecca Lopez, senior crime and justice reporter. Yeah, there's a lot of, court feels like a lot of hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
And then a lot of stuff happens.
Right.
And a lot of stuff happened just in the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest part is Karmelo Anthony, the defendant, did not testify.
Right. I also think that it was a surprise to many court observers that the defense rested so quickly. I anticipated at least a few more witnesses, and also whether or not that was the big thing that was hanging over this trial, whether Karmelo Anthony would testify or not.
That's right, and I think that when we were in the courtroom sort of anticipating the defense picking their case up again, I think many of us thought that, okay, well, now Karmelo Anthony is going to get on the stand. That's what we've been waiting for. Everybody is ready to hear his version of the facts and sort of his position as it relates to self-defense. And there was almost, I won't go as far as to say there was an audible gasp in the courtroom when they said, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Your Honor, the defense rests. But there was almost an audible gab, and people were shocked. It seemed to come out of nowhere. Nobody anticipated that. I think most people thought that Karmelo Anthony was going to testify. And I think that you, Rebecca, kind of pointed out that a lot of people just wanted to hear what he had to say because there's been so much buildup around the self-defense. And to hear that from him, I think a lot of people thought, surely the defense is going to do that.
When we came out, people that were spectators out here were like, why isn't he taking the stand? Why isn't he taking the stand? I've heard that from people on both sides. And because honestly, he's the only one that can sit up there and say why he feels that he was that this was self-defense, but as a prosecutor or a defense attorney, why would you not put him on the stand?
And I think that one of the big things about having a 17-year-old, client that's charged with an offense like murder,
nobody
is
has hit the
beyond
like
just
button
telling a
again.
story. It's ensuring that client, that charged defendant, can hold up against a cross-examination from prosecutors that have been practicing and doing this for more than 30 years. I mean, these are seasoned, outstanding prosecutors. I think all of us witnessed, sort of how they pepper witnesses with questions, how they're very prepared, and whether or not Karmelo Anthony's story was outstanding through the direction of his criminal defense attorney, was it going to fall apart on cross-examination, and would that have hurt him in his case? And that's really the analysis that defense attorneys have to make. Can you withstand cross-examination, and is that going to hurt us, or is it going to help us? And I think that obviously here, that analysis was, we don't need to do this.
It's important to mention Bill Werski is facing a lot of scrutiny. I mean, that's a lot of scrutiny that can come your way.
That's right.
Because he's a seasoned seasoned attorney.
That's right. I mean, and the entire prosecution team. I mean, those are attorneys that have been practicing, most of them, I think, 20 plus years. And so this is very serious. I mean, and this was something that you really had to analyze. I mean, this is a really kind of a question of life or death. I mean, we're not dealing with the death penalty at all, but I'm just saying, you could face life in prison if you're convicted of murder.
Bree, can you give us some of the context, please?
I think because
there were some delays.
Reason he didn't
Judge
testify
Roach
is because
runs a really
the
tight
knife.
ship, right?
No, the knife is legal.
6 p.m. every day.
Okay.
But in the last 2 hours,
It's beyond the knife. The knife is legal in size, and then they said that it wasn't illegal in the school. So, yeah, it was not the knife. It wasn't. He was 17 at the school. The school has acknowledged that he did not break the law. Listen, and even if it was, he got suspended for that. He couldn't walk with his class. So legally, he broke no laws. He didn't have to fight back. Texas has, what is it called? Yeah, no, it wasn't a knife. We have a stand your ground, and you don't have to retreat. No requirement to retreat. So he broke not one law. Not one. He didn't have to take a ass whooping. No, not in Texas. Okay? Yeah. So all them folks, all them dudes that, was, there is no stand your ground law. Yes, it is. And in addition to that, no requirement to retreat is an extra little bonus in the Texas stand your ground. Now, the problem with them in this case is they don't want it to be still in the books because the law was made for them to be able to take us, the darkest shade of brown, out for a little bit of no reason at all. The laws was designed for them to use against us, not for us to use against them. But the law is still in the books. So reasonable doubt. He only needs one person in there to say, yeah, no, I don't know. Because all them boys did was lie. It came out later. He lied, said he didn't even know him. Yes, you do. That was your friend. See, even the point of hearing that this is somebody you was cool with. You chose up under that tent to sit next to him. All of that stuff right there is reasonable doubt. Why y'all lying? And not only stand your ground, but in addition, the bonus is no requirement to retreat. So all them different excuses where it needs to be equal. Texas said, you touch me, you do anything to me. If you try to talk loud and that spit comes out I'm scared of that spit coming out your mouth because you're too close to me. See, all of that was designed for them to be able to take the brown shade out, not for the brown shade to be able to take them out. And that's just it in a nutshell. Shout out to Dominique Alexander for standing up for this kid and saying it's still in the books. It's still in the books. It's old and outdated. It needs to be but right now, it's still in the books. We wouldn't have known nothing about it to that degree had it not been for Dominique Alexander. Y'all can say what y'all want to say about his past. You know, I've been redeemed by the blood of the Lamb. I've been redeemed. I've been redeemed by the blood of the Lamb. Filled with the Holy Ghost I am. All of my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. Yeah, he been redeemed. So whatever he did in the past, he has changed his life. He's been redeemed. But as far as this case, he stood in the paint for Karmelo Anthony. And he reminded them peaches shade, the peaches shade of the 50 Shades of Brown that is still in the books. Yes, I do. Christy is crazy. You don't think he was when he had all them linebackers coming at him, standing over him, and he's 130 pounds, 5'8"? Yeah, I do. So don't come over here saying nothing stupid. You asked me once, I gave you the answer. Don't ask me nothing else until you hit my Cash App. Y'all put my Cash App in the comment section. So if Christy is what? If crazy, yeah, she gonna have to hit my Cash App and send a donation. Don't ask me shit else. I gave you that one for free. Okay? I don't know you like that. And I feel like you trying to imply like he shouldn't have been in fear for your life. Yeah, take your question back. Take it back. You stand up against 450 pounds of you 130 and think somebody ain't in fear of their life. You try it. Yeah, you try it. You let two big people run up on your ass and see don't you pull something out. Don't play with me, girl. Don't play with me. I'm gonna hurt your feelings. Yeah, and I'm gonna put you out for you even trying to apply and you didn't hit my like button because my likes didn't go up. Y'all say bye to Christy. Bye, Christy. See you. Wouldn't want to be you. Y'all scared of this. Y'all scared of the truth. Boy, I'm telling you, now he shouldn't have been scared. Now he shouldn't have been scared. Now, yeah, he had a knife. He did. It was okay. It was under the standard. He had the right to have it. Yeah, well, now he shouldn't have been scared. Why was he so? Because he could be. He don't have to sit up there and fight these two quarter pounders, these big ass boys. Try on and don't tell them what them hoes, what they eat. And I say, everybody is a color of a nickel. Some are lighter than others, some are darker than others, but y'all still came from us. So whatever we are, you are too. Okay. Shit. Reasonable doubt. All you need is one. Yeah, all you need is one. And somebody gonna be able to say, I don't know about that. He did chop they lie down in the cross-examination. Yeah, come on. I need 7 more people before I go, especially before I go over to my attorney friend and check the temperature to see what he gotta say to bring it to my tea sippers. So, sweet babe, when people in the Mo3 sector will not come back with the law and put it in the comment section and leave, yeah, I got friends in high places when it comes to judges and attorneys. I need 6 months. I'm not moving. Well, come on. I guess it done came up enough. Let's go. I ain't gonna trip. Let's go.
I'm on the stand.
And I think that one of the big things about having a 17-year-old, client that's charged with an offense like murder, it's beyond just telling a story. It's ensuring that client, that charged defendant can hold up against a cross-examination from prosecutors that have been practicing and doing this for more than 30 years. I mean, these are seasoned, outstanding prosecutors. I think all of us witnessed, sort of how They pepper witnesses with questions, how they're very prepared, and whether or not Karmelo Anthony's story was outstanding through the direction of his criminal defense attorney, was it going to fall apart on cross-examination, and would that have hurt him in his case? And that's really the analysis that defense attorneys have to make. Can you withstand cross-examination, and is that going to hurt us, or is it going to help us? And I think that obviously here, that analysis was,
It would hurt.
We don't need to do this.
It's important to mention Bill Werski is, that's facing a lot of scrutiny. I mean, that's a lot of scrutiny that can come your way.
That's right.
Because he's a seasoned attorney.
That's right. I mean, and the entire prosecution team. I mean, those are attorneys that have been practicing, most of them, I think, 20 plus years.
And they say that they are, in the Mo3 case, Yellow Beezy's attorney, and one is Karmelo, and I mean not Karmelo, Keywan's attorney.
This is very serious. I mean, this was something that you really had to analyze. I mean, this is a really kind of a question of life or death. I mean, we're not dealing with the death penalty at all, but I'm just saying, you know, you could face life in prison if you're convicted of murder.
Bree, can you give us some of the context clues? Because there were some delays. Judge Roach runs a really tight ship, right? It's 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day.
Okay.
But in the last 2 hours, there were delays, there were sidebars, there were people walking in and out of the courtroom, family coming in and out. What were some of the context clues that told you, okay, a big decision is about to come your way?
Well, I think you'll remember the very first clue that we had is we took an early lunch. Oftentimes what you see when you're taking a lunch sort of out of the normal hours is something is happening. Either there is a big giant witness that's coming and they don't want to start and then stop after 10 or 15 minutes, or there's some kind of other sort of, we need to take something up outside the presence of the jury, let's spend this time doing it. So our first clue, Job and I think, was we took an early lunch. And then, you know, as we're sitting there and they're making a decision about taking an early lunch, we see that all of the attorneys go up to the bench and they do a sidebar. They have a white noise machine, and that's to make sure that we in the gallery, you're very familiar with this,
Right.
Rebecca, we can't hear what they're being, you know, what they're talking about, which is intentional and it's important. And we saw sort of the defense team go up, have a conversation at the sidebar, walk away from the bench, go into their little back. I mean, and it was a very, you were like, huh, something is getting ready to happen. And then all of a sudden they came back and said early lunch. And so I think that was huge. That was an indication that something major was coming. And I have to be honest with you, I kind of thought that it was the setup for Karmelo Anthony testifying.
Right. And then we also at some point were speculating maybe they were working out some sort of plea deal. But there were also, we saw Karmelo Anthony's mom and dad go into the courtroom, and you saw her distraught.
Yes.
And then what was the demeanor when they all got in there between both the Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony's families?
I'm glad that you asked that question, because remember, Rebecca, we saw both Karmelo Anthony's mom and dad coming into the courtroom while we were on a very unexpected extended lunch break. And I think that was another clue that we said, well, what's really going on? I mean, I think we ended up having a 2.5-hour lunch, which is extremely unusual, especially in a court.
This courtroom.
Where you have a judge that doesn't play around. So when we walked in, finally, after I think 2.5 hours, very unclear about what was getting ready to happen, I walked in personally. I certainly saw Karmelo Anthony's parents looking, you know, sort of very serious, very somber. And I also walked in and I saw Karmelo Anthony look, you know, sort of sitting straight ahead, very serious, very somber. And I saw Mike Howard put his arm around Karmelo Anthony before things got started. It looked like he said something to him. I don't know what he said.
So does that tell you this decision happened probably during that break? And let's clear the air here. This decision is not Mike Howard's decision or Toby Shook's decision. Whose decision is it to testify?
I'm so glad that you asked that question. 100%, 100%, the decision of Karmelo Anthony. Not his parents, not his attorneys. It is only him that can decide whether or not he wants to get on that stand and testify in his own defense. And so I mean, I do think always in any defense case, whether or not your client testifies is a game time decision. You cannot make, I mean, you can have an idea, but you cannot make that decision beforehand because you don't know how the trial is going to go.
Right.
You don't know what witnesses are actually going to come in, what evidence
And
is
tell the
actually
truth
going
or
to be
not.
admitted, what you actually are going to have to challenge inside of your defense case. And so you cannot say, okay, for sure, 100%, my client is going to testify. You can't make that decision ahead of time. So I agree with you, Jobin, that the decision on whether or not Karmelo Anthony was going to testify, him making that decision alone, literally took place in those 2.5 hours.
Yeah, but what did you make of all of that? Because, at the last minute, this defense team, brought in several witnesses that to me were not like aha witnesses. Don't you want to end your case typically on a very, very strong witness, which I guess in this case would have been Karmelo Anthony? How do you think about the way that the defense ended their case?
So I don't think that necessarily the defense team anticipated that he wasn't going to testify. I mean, you had to have a plan going into your defense case. And so undoubtedly they had a plan. They're saying self-defense. Generally speaking,
Their plan was Hunter.
Okay, you're gonna testify.
Their plan was Hunter.
It's not required. You try not to, but you plan for it.
If Hunter would have testified, if Hunter would have testified, then the truth would have came out because they would have played that video that I am showing everybody, huh? Because if I can find it, they can find it. And as well as the dad had it because he offered to show Charleston White last year. He wanted to meet up with Charleston White to show him the video a year ago. So their plan was probably never to show it to get Hunter on the stand, let him lie, and cross-examine him and put out the evidence out of his own mouth. Sometimes you got to shut up. Yeah. So at that point, I get it. There's no need to put him on there for him to be cross-examined by these prestigious attorneys. I get it. Let's go. But had Hunter got up there, it would have been over.
And so I think that was their plan, even as late as yesterday. Not yesterday, Saturday, when they put on their initial witnesses. I think that they were leading up. They had a day off, which I think was really good to try to really prepare right beforehand. And I think that ultimately, it seemed to me that they put on the 2 juvenile witnesses and 1 detective witness, very short witnesses, all 3 of them. They finished them in probably an hour together. And that their next big thing was going to be Karmelo Anthony, and they weren't necessarily, even as a team, expecting that he was going to ultimately decide that that's not what he wanted to do.
And the next big person that we thought was going to take the stand is Hunter Metcalf. This is Austin Metcalf's twin brother. Do you think them not calling him up in the rebuttal was contingent upon Karmelo Anthony testifying?
I absolutely think so.
I
think that
I agree.
If Hunter Metcalf was going to testify, it was going to be.
I told y'all I know a little something about a little something. Hit the like button. I know a little something.
For the sole purpose of rebutting the version of the facts that Karmelo Anthony testified about. And because he didn't testify, there was no need to put Austin Metcalf. Now, I'll also say that as a prosecution team, you have more of a responsibility not only to the facts and the evidence, but you have a responsibility to your witnesses. Mm-hmm. And you're dealing with another 17-year-old who has experienced unimaginable tragedy.
They're not 17 anymore.
With brother and all of these kinds of things. And so putting him on the stand is a whole analysis within itself, because you don't want to destroy that young man further. And so I do think that part of what the prosecution did was say, we don't want to do this, and we're sort of thankful that we don't have to do it.
Yeah, because I was talking to people that were out there that knew the Metcalf family, that had been talking to the mom, that had been talking to the family, that said he absolutely did not want to come to court. He did not want to relive the most traumatic moment of
It's
his life of
traumatizing.
losing his twin brother, that it was going to be very traumatic for Hunter to take the stand.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So now, tell me about the process here. The judge is right now in an informal charge conference with both sides.
That's right.
What does this process look like? And this is when these lesser charges get introduced. Let's talk manslaughter.
Yes.
So what is this process? Usually you're saying that it does happen in the open or they don't happen in the open.
So really, sort of the informal charge conference is really more about the fact that it's just not on the record. Right now, they're all just having a discussion, all of the attorneys. I would say that the defense is saying, here are the things that we want in the jury charge. Let's have a sort of informal, off-the-record conversation about that so we can speak freely and openly about why we think these things should be included in the charge. I think that they're going to absolutely argue for self-defense to be included in the charge and for the lesser offense of manslaughter. They may argue for other lessers. We don't know. I know that during voir dire, they talked about other lessers, but you can't just put them in because you want them into a jury charge, right? Everything has to be supported by the facts and the evidence that was raised at trial. So whether or not there was additional information beyond, say, recklessness, which would support manslaughter, I don't, that's really an argument for the defense to make.
So there's two train of thoughts here. Some defense attorneys want manslaughter because it would be a lesser sentencing. However, some may not want it because they want to force this jury to vote guilt or innocence on a murder charge. So which way do you think this defense team is leaning, and do you think Judge Roach, because he ultimately is the one that makes the decision, would add manslaughter as a lesser offense here?
I think in facts like these, with a client that is as young as Karmelo Anthony, there's no way that you don't argue for a lesser offense. It's a huge risk if you leave it out to say, oh, I do want to force somebody to make a decision, but in the event that they get it wrong, I don't want this young man to be convicted of murder, facing 5 years to 99 years or life in prison. And so I think under these facts, you fight tooth and nail for manslaughter to be included. Now, with that being said, you still have to make the argument that some kind of reckless action, reckless behavior, reckless sort of mental state was raised in the facts and the evidence throughout the trial, right? And so I think that what the defense is going to be doing is they're going to be arguing to say, Judge, you heard from this witness and this witness and this witness, and all of those witnesses testified about the reckless nature of this act. That supports the inclusion of manslaughter into this jury charge. So we think it should go in. And I'm not a judge. That's maybe next up for me. But I think that if I'm a judge, I'm erring on the side of caution. I am including a lesser offense of manslaughter in that jury charge, and I'm giving the jury the option to consider everything that they heard and decide what bucket that fits in.
For appellate reasons?
Absolutely, for appellate reasons.
Right. Okay. Because Rebecca and I are not attorneys. Absolutely. You're the only attorney on this case.
Although Rebecca's honorary attorney.
She's done enough work over the last 25 years. Can you give us the quick 30 seconds for our audience? The difference between manslaughter and murder.
Thank you. Okay, so the difference between manslaughter and murder is the intentional or knowing killing of another person, whereas manslaughter is the intentional, knowing, or reckless killing of another person. The biggest difference between the two offenses is the range of punishment if you're found guilty. If you are found guilty of murder, then your range of punishment is anywhere from 5 years to 99 years or life in the penitentiary. But if you're found guilty or plead to manslaughter, then your range of punishment becomes 2 years to 20 years confinement in the penitentiary, but you also are eligible for probation, which you cannot receive probation on a murder conviction in the state of Texas under any set of circumstances.
And for the jury to consider self-defense, we keep saying scintilla of evidence. Explain that for our audience if you can.
The smallest amount.
The smallest.
Any amount of evidence that could support a reasonable trier of fact to conclude that maybe somebody acted with justification should get self-defense included into your jury.
And see, that's another reason why they don't want to bring up Hunter, because it would have been 225 pounds against one. That's another reason why they're trying to avoid bringing up Hunter. Another reason why one of the they started saying Hunter had nothing to do with anything. Cause that's double the trouble. That's why they left Hunter out on purpose. So there would not have been a cross to Hunter. And that's why they was going to call him in on the defense. And he starts crying, slinging snot, eating boogers and shit all in his mouth. Oh, please don't let me go, please. All of that. You shouldn't have let your brother fight your battles for you. You should have took your own ass up there and fought, said whatever you should have defended your goddamn self. And your brother would have still been here. Or you could have allowed that conversation that you was ear hustling on just to be their conversation. You wasn't invited into that conversation. See, you were ear hustling and you put your own self in somebody else's high side. When you turned your ass around and said, who are you? Signaling your brother, we got us one. Yeah, we'll just go whoop this motherfucker ass. Yeah, that's why. Because you don't want the double. Yeah, because that's definitely self-the-fucking-fence. It's two of you cornbread fed ass hood niggas. White chocolate. Yeah. Let's be clear. That's kind.
Self-defense being included in the jury charge doesn't mean that the jury has to find self-defense, right? They can look at it and they can all say, we absolutely don't think that self-defense applies here, and they move on.
But we were also talking about intent for murder.
Absolutely,
it's not
skies.
Just he was going to that track to stab somebody. Intent can also be in that moment, correct?
Right.
To prove murder.
That's exactly right. Remember, intent can always be formed in an instant. Now, I think the long version is that you potentially would believe, if you thought he was guilty of murder, you would potentially believe that he headed to the track meet, that he decided at that point that he wanted to go, he took the, whatever kind of weapon, with the intention of causing death while there, right? But the other part, the shorter part of that argument is once he arrived, that he then was involved in a situation where he then instantly created the intent to cause death.
Yeah, but you can't say that with him because he said you can say whatever you want to say, as long as you keep your hands to yourself, as long as you don't put your hands on. You can say whatever you want to say. You can say whatever you want to say, as long as you don't put your hands on me. So that wasn't the intent. The intent was go on about your business. Yeah, and let me and my partner, right, who I thought was my partner, high side. Our conversation didn't have nothing to do with you. You interrupted my trash talking to I thought was my partner. See, ain't no telling how them folk been threatened and coached to say what they wanted them to say, or their families. Come on now. Yeah, that wasn't the case. So come on off of that. He said you can say whatever you want to say. That ain't backing down. That's just saying, hey, you can say what you can say what you want to say. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but your words out of your fat ass mouth will not hurt me. Yeah. Come on.
Instantly created the intent to cause death. And I think that's a heavy lift on the part of the prosecution. I think that's a hard thing to show. And so it's going to be really, really.
You can't prove that. You can't prove that when he said you can say whatever you wanted to say. Don't touch me.
And I think that's a heavy lift on the part of the prosecution. I think that's a hard thing to show.
You can't show it.
It's going to be really, really difficult as it relates to the jury sort of thinking about those things.
How much does his emotion afterwards, the fact that he said, I don't think he's going to die, and he also said, was that self-defense, and some of almost the remorse he showed immediately, how much does that come into play when it comes to
it comes into play?
I think that's the human part of this, right? And I think sometimes we get, it's so easy to sort of be caught in...
Because somebody rowdy would have been like, I told, been all, justifying, I told, talking shit, talking shit to everybody who, once a person get off into that, they don't care. You hear people say, I don't give a shit. I'll go to jail. No, he was very remorseful and went to his coach trying to explain what done happened. You should have been under the tent regulating these bulls, these country ass bulls that you, yeah, coached. And then he up there trying to put linebacker moves on me. Yeah, where were you, coach? I hope he done lost his job.
Black and white nature of a crime, that it's easy to lose the humanity in it. And the humanity of this trial is that these are two 17-year-old kids.
And afterwards, the fact that he said, I don't think he's going to die, and he also said, was that self-defense, and some of almost the remorse he showed immediately. How much does that come into play when it comes to that?
I think that's the human part of this, right? And I think sometimes we get, it's so easy to sort of be caught in the black and white nature of a crime, that it's easy to lose the humanity in it. And the humanity of this trial is that these are two 17-year-old kids. And I think that the emotion that he showed after the fact, the tears that he showed, the fact that maybe he didn't believe that that the victim
reasonable doubt.
Away, I think all of those things show sort of his age, his immaturity, and the humanity of the tragic situation that I think all of this represents.
So the judge told this jury to go home. We're going to deliberate tomorrow, but pack a bag.
Yes.
Let's talk about a sequester.
Yes.
That's for their safety. And why hasn't that been something that? Why weren't they sequestered throughout this trial?
I think that's a really interesting question. I just from a taxpayer standpoint,
Sure.
Sequestering a jury for the length of a trial plus deliberation is an astronomical cost. And I do think that a judge has to weigh that. I know that in other cases that Rebecca and I have worked on, that's been a discussion, and it's really usually not during the trial testimony, but maybe only contemplated during deliberation.
Thank you.
I think in this particular case,
TM,
the
I'm just
media
not seeing
frenzy
it.
that's surrounding these allegations, the two young boys, sort of the track meet, the community that we're in, all of that, I think, has hit the internet in a way that is really challenging. I think that the trial not being televised or live streamed has created this space for anyone and everyone to make up whatever's going on. I think, Jobin, you and I talked about the fact that we've seen AI images of what the courtroom looks like.
Would look like, yeah.
Or what the people in the courtroom look like. And that's completely made up. And so everybody's opinions are completely made up. And I think that what the judge said, and I think you heard this too, Jobin, is that he said, for the love of God, don't look at social media. And I think the point of that was, don't get caught in that rabbit hole of misinformation, and allow it to influence your decision. This is a huge decision that this jury has to make. There are such significant consequences on both sides, whatever it is that they decide, that this should be a time where the jury can be completely focused without the interference of social media or friends or family, or this is my opinion, or this is what I think. And I think that the judge's call about potential sequestration is exactly right as it relates to deliberations.
And it's important to note that this isn't your everyday kind of hotel. There are no TVs inside this hotel.
That's right.
So that you're not forming or watching more coverage of this.
Yeah, they take everything from them too. They can't have phones. They can't have anything. And that's typical. You cannot have a television or anything in there that would in any way allow them to see anything that is happening in the outside world. And that's to keep the jury, fair and impartial.
Okay, Rebecca, I want to ask you this question. Tomorrow we have closing arguments. What do you want to hear from the state and the defense? They're both, so that the defense is sandwiched in between the state on the they'll get the first and the third chance on this thing, and then that's when the jury deliberates. What do you want to hear tomorrow morning?
Well, they're going to summarize their cases, and they're going to bring forth their best, what they believe that the evidence was that's going to prove their case. And so I suspect it's not necessarily what I expect, what I want to hear, but I think more what I anticipate is going to happen. I mean, Bill Wertzke is going to be very strong. He's a very strong prosecutor, and he's going to come in and say, this was murder, this family, this man killed this young kid, this family has suffered, the community has suffered, and it was, all out murder. What you're going to hear from, I believe, the defense is going to be, he was fearful, there was a lot of chaos, the chaotic nature, the fact that the knife wasn't completely folded when they found it, all of that is going to come into play. And
while also humanizing Karmelo
Anthony, and also, again, reiterating what we saw on those tapes, and that is he is crying, doesn't realize at that moment that, at least that's what it appears, that he, didn't realize that he was, that Austin Metcalf was going to die.
Bree, I'm sure closing arguments is probably a law class all by itself. What tone do you want to set for both sides?
So it's interesting, just kind of piggybacking on what Rebecca said, sort of from the prosecution standpoint, I think that in this particular case and under these particular facts, I do think that the prosecution is going to argue heavy for find him guilty of murder, this was intentional, this was intentional, this was intentional. But I think a smart prosecutor is going to say, but if you don't think it was an intentional act, you certainly know it was reckless. Because I think that the prosecution is going to say, but don't find him not guilty, right? Like, I think that would be the thing that they would really be pushing for. I think heavy on the intentional act, but I think the backup argument for the prosecution is this was reckless, find him guilty of manslaughter if you're not going to find him guilty of murder. On the flip side, I think that the prosecution literally is doing the exact opposite. You know that was a chaotic scene. You heard all these witnesses. Everybody had a different version of what happened and where people were standing and how this and how that. And even the people that came and saw the video of it after that didn't match the statement that they wrote at the time. Mm-hmm. That's how chaotic it was. That's how traumatic it was. That tells you everything you need to know about why somebody would need to act in self-defense. Why the death, right, is justified in some way. I think it's important that the defense acknowledge the absolute tragedy in this situation. This is not, these are kids, and this is tragic from every angle. And I think that if they don't acknowledge that, they really miss something significant. But I think that ultimately they should push for the self-defense, finding him not guilty based on self-defense, and then their secondary argument is, but if for some reason you don't think that this killing was justified, or you don't think that this action was justified by it being reckless, then justified and therefore finding him not guilty, then at a minimum you know that it was reckless.
Do you think Mike Howard and Toby Shook will split their time and both end with their closing arguments?
So I generally find that when you have a two-person defense team, you always want to split your time, mostly because you each have a different strength, right? And so those strengths are between Mike Howard and Toby Shook. I think that they're going to split to say you cover sort of the elements and why this is important, and I'll cover the emotion, or vice versa. And I think that it's nice to have that come from two different people. But we'll see with them. I know that Mike Howard has done an outstanding job. I know that Toby Shook did a phenomenal job on the jury side. So we're going to see how they split it, but I think usually that's what you see.
And then for the state, Bill Wertzke.
Right. I was going to say, you generally see the state for sure split, right? Yes. I think that it should be, generally speaking, it would be between Bill Wertzke and Dewey. Yeah. But I know that they have a third person on their defense, on their prosecution team.
Yeah.
Yes. So I don't know, do you want to add some emotion and allow sort of a female prosecutor to talk a little bit about, the victim?
We have 2 minutes left. I want to ask you, are you surprised? I'm sure you're surprised by a lot of things with this trial. Are you surprised by the very aggressive timeline we have? We've only heard 3.5 days of testimony for a very high-profile murder trial.
Right. I'm not. I think that because it's high profile, they should have tried to speed up this timeline. The more time that we spend on a trial, the more sensationalized, the more outside influence exists. And I think that the best thing that honestly the defense and the prosecution could have done is to say, no. Let's be razor sharp here, and let's make sure that we get this done and get this out of the public.
And while this is a high-profile trial, it is not atypical of a murder charge and a murder case. You see this typically, it lasting a week, both prosecution and defense, and then possibly going into sentencing. But I've never really seen cases other than the Tanner Horner one that we just recently did that went like a month. But typically they are pretty quick, most of these cases.
I want to end with, so we don't have any cameras inside this courtroom, no streaming, nothing, which is the reason we have all this happening. But we also have Pat Lopez, who has been our sketch artist, an awesome sketch artist who's done a lot of high-profile trials and is doing this one. I want to show this first image. Can you, Rebecca, speak to what it is we're seeing here? This is the full courtroom.
So I don't have my glasses yet, and I actually cannot see that. So maybe Bree can see it a little bit better. It looks like it's the defense team.
So it's sort of an angle of the courtroom from sitting to the sort of far right of the courtroom, and so you're looking towards the defense table. The prosecution table's next to them, and the jury is in the far back corner. And so what we're seeing in this image, which by the way, this is unbelievable artistry. I was in the courtroom while she was sketching some of this, and it's phenomenal. But you're seeing Toby Shook, Karmelo Anthony, and Mike Howard, and then you're seeing two of the prosecution attorneys, and then obviously like no face jury. But that's an outstanding depiction of kind of what things look like.
And that is, and we'll see this again tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll have more sketches tomorrow as well, and we'll hear what we can expect is some powerful closing arguments from both sides.
Yeah, and I think that this will probably go to the jury before noon tomorrow, and then deliberations. Guessing what a jury's going to do is, I've stopped doing that years ago because you have no idea.
Yeah, and we should never guess.
Yeah.
We just wait till it happens, and that's really been our calling card this entire trial. Anything you want to say in terms of when you think this goes to the jury?
I completely agree. I think that it's going to be with the jury by noon, and they're going to be able to deliberate. And I think one of the other things that the judge said, to try to avoid the sequestration if he can, he did say, we'll stay here as long as you want. We'll stay here till 10 o'clock at night if you think you can reach a verdict. And I think that that's the right thing to do.
Bree, it was great having you. I appreciate you for all of your legal expertise. Rebecca, it's always great having you as well. You are watching Day 6 of After the Trial. We'll be back here tomorrow.
Our website, go
counted, and then
no longer in the picture. He would not qualify for as retired scholarship. That seems wrong, especially given ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking over to the side. They were
to closing arguments, and so. Out of an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Kristen Welker. He insults her on his way out as he continues to advance the lie of election fraud from 2020. Murdered in
by showing actual pictures of him and
today, the prosecution continued advancing their case on Saturday. What took place?
Absolutely. On Saturday, the state called their final witness, one of their final witnesses, which was the young man who invited Karmelo into the tent. So they called, I think his name is Eddie Hara. He's a student at Memorial with the brothers Hunter and Austin. So they called him, and it was a very explosive day because he got on their stand and he completely denied that he knew Karmelo. And it was very weird that the state would allow one of their main witnesses to get on the stand and discredit themselves and allow the defense to come in and ruin their credibility.
All they need is one.
By showing actual pictures of him and Karmelo at friend gatherings, at family gatherings. And he got on that stand and denied that he even knew Karmelo, which was very exposing and very bad for the state. So that was one of the things that happened.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
That was one of the pivotal moments that happened on the state side, and then they ended up resting right after the defense completely ruined his credibility. And so once they rested, then the defense started their case, which the defense ended up calling a state witness who the state decided not to call, because once we heard his testimony, it was very clear he brought too much truth to the credibility of Karmelo as to why the state decided not to call this individual who was actually sitting right there, saw everything, and is the one that gave the police officers the statement that Karmelo was invited into the tent. Karmelo was not aggressive. Hunter was the aggressive one.
So they didn't want to talk to him.
Then reciprocated the
Are y'all listening to
brother,
this?
as well as he said.
Are y'all listening with y'all good ear? Hold on.
Austin was
Hold on.
Anderson has been in Collin County following this trial. And so get us up to date. Thelma, Saturday, the trial took place on Saturday. And then, of course, you had the defense taking over and today. So let's talk about what took place on Saturday, and then let's talk about what happened today. The prosecution continued advancing their case on Saturday. What
Review
took
and
place?
read over facts, call witness.
Absolutely. On Saturday, the state called their final witness, one of their final witnesses, which was the young man who invited Karmelo into the tent. So they called, I think his name is Eddie Hara. He's a student at Memorial with the brothers Hunter and Austin. So they called him, and it was a very explosive day because he got on that stand and he completely denied that he knew Karmelo. And it was very weird that the state would allow one of their main witnesses to get on the stand and discredit themselves and allow the defense to come in and ruin their credibility by showing actual pictures of him and Karmelo at friend gatherings, at family gatherings. And he got on that stand and denied that he even knew Karmelo, which was very exposing and very bad for the state. So that was one of the things that happened.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
That was one of the pivotal moments that happened on the state side, and then they ended up resting right after the defense completely ruined his credibility. And so once they rested, then the defense started their case, which the defense ended up calling a state witness who the state decided not to call, because once we heard his testimony, it was very clear he brought too much truth to the credibility of Karmelo as to why the state decided not to call this individual who was actually sitting right there, saw everything, and is the one that gave the police officers the statement that Karmelo was invited into the tent. Karmelo was not aggressive. Hunter was the aggressive one. Austin then reciprocated the energy of his brother, as well as he said something that was very damaging, which was Austin was substantially bigger than Karmelo, who was sitting down the entire time, which adds to the proportion of weight classes of when a person is deciding, okay, this person is bigger than me. I cannot take them. I'm in fear of my life. I'm going to have to use force necessary to defend myself. So that's pretty much what happened on Saturday that now trickled over till today, Monday.
Okay, so how many witnesses did Karmelo's defense team call today?
They called a total of 3.
They call a total of 3 witnesses. So you talked about
3 witnesses.
One of those witnesses were the state witnesses. One of those witnesses was the state witness. Who were the other 2 witnesses?
The other 2, so one was a state witness. Well, 2 of them was a state witness. We had an officer, and we had one of Karmelo's teammates that gave a statement. And then we had an individual who wouldn't be considered a state witness because he was a student at a different school, but he was there during a track meet and actually saw a physical altercation take place.
All right, and so then they chose to rest. Now they head to closing arguments. And so, clearly the state believes that they've made their case. Are you surprised that Karmelo's defense team only called 3 witnesses?
I'm not surprised because, as I've stated from the inception, the burden to meet each and every element is on the state, and it never shifts, even in a self-defense claim. I can tell you that throughout this particular trial, the inconsistencies from these state's witnesses was very strange. Is that the defense wasn't even calling their witnesses; the state called them in order to bring out even more truth that the state, I feel like, was trying to bury in the inconsistencies to pretty much confuse the jury. I'm like, why would you risk this type of trial with such weak evidence and such weak, inconsistent statements that were not reliable? And I would add something today happened that was explosive that we still don't know what happened. We were supposed to go back in after lunch at 12:30, but we didn't go back into 2, which there's a question of what was going on within that time frame, because it was some energy coming out of that courtroom, and we were waiting to see if Hunter was going to testify, because the defense had the ability to call that brother, which he didn't. The state didn't call him, which we know he has a lot of credibility issues. But we were waiting to see if the defense was going to call Hunter. But after that lunch and that hour-and-a-half break that added after that lunch, we are still trying to figure out what happened as to why both sides had this intensity about themselves coming outside of that courtroom.
All right, then. So, again, closing arguments will be taking place tomorrow in that Collin County. And then the jury will now get that case and decide the fate of Karmelo Anthony, of course, who is being tried for murder here in Collin County. Velma Anderson, we surely appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Folks, we're going to go to a break. We come back, more of what we're marking on Unfiltered, including drama in Iowa. In Iowa, where all these attacks on DEI, and folks decided, okay,
What did she say? She said he was guilty? I missed it.
Continued advancing their case on Saturday. What took place?
What did she say?
Absolutely. On Saturday, the state called their final witness. One of their final
Did she say he was guilty?
Which was the young man who
think she would
invited
say that.
Karmelo into the tent. So they called, I think his name is Eddie Hara. He's a student at Memorial with the brothers Hunter and Austin. So they called him, and it was a very explosive day because he got on that stand and he completely denied that he knew Karmelo. And it was very weird that the state would allow one of their main witnesses to get on the stand and discredit themselves and allow the defense to come in and ruin their credibility by showing actual pictures of him and Karmelo at friend gatherings, at family gatherings. And he got on that stand and denied that he even knew Karmelo, which was very explosive and very bad for the state. So that was one of the things that happened.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
That was one of the pivotal moments that happened on the state side, and then they ended up resting right after the defense completely ruined his credibility. And so once they rested, then the defense started their case, which the defense ended up calling a state witness who the state decided not to call, because once we heard his testimony, it was very clear he brought too much truth to the credibility of Karmelo as to why the state decided not to call this individual, who was actually sitting right there, saw everything, and is the one that gave the police officers the statement that Karmelo was invited into the tent. Karmelo was not aggressive. Hunter was the aggressive one. Austin then reciprocated the energy of his brother, as well as he said something that was very damaging, which was Austin was substantially bigger than Karmelo, who was sitting down the entire time, which adds to the proportion of weight classes of when a person is deciding, okay, this person is bigger than me. I cannot take them. I'm in fear of my life. I'm going to have to use force necessary to defend myself. So that's pretty much what happened on Saturday that now trickled over till today, Monday.
Okay, so how many witnesses did Karmelo's defense team call today?
They called a total of 3.
They called a total of 3 witnesses. So you talked about
3 witnesses.
one of those witnesses was the state witnesses. One of those witnesses was a state witness. Who were the other 2 witnesses?
The other 2, so one was a state witness. Well, 2 of them was a state witness. We had an officer, and we had one of Karmelo's teammates that gave a statement. And then we had an individual who wouldn't be considered a state witness because he was a student at a different school, but he was there during a track meet and actually saw a physical altercation take place.
All right, and so then they chose to rest. Now they head to closing arguments. And so, you know, clearly the state believes that they've made their case. Are you surprised that Karmelo's defense team only called 3 witnesses?
I'm not surprised because, as I've stated from the inception, the burden to meet each and every element is on the state, and it never shifts, even in a self-defense claim. I can tell you that throughout this particular trial, the inconsistencies from these state's witnesses was very strange, is that the defense wasn't even calling their witnesses. The state called them in order to bring out even more truth that the state, I feel like, was trying to bury in the inconsistencies to pretty much confuse the jury. I'm like, why would you risk this type of trial with such weak evidence and such weak, inconsistent statements that were not reliable? And I would add something today happened that was explosive that we still don't know what happened. We were supposed to go back in after lunch at 12:30, but we didn't go back into 2, which there's a question of what was going on within that time frame, because it was some energy coming out of that courtroom. And we were waiting to see if Hunter was going to testify, because the defense had the ability to call that brother, which he didn't. The state didn't call him, which we know he has a lot of credibility issues. But we were waiting to see if the defense was going to call Hunter. But after that lunch and that hour-and-a-half break, that added after that lunch, we are still trying to figure out what happened as to why both sides had this.
Because Hunter would have exposed himself and his brother. And the daddy couldn't be in there.
The arguments will be taking place tomorrow in that Collins County. And then
y'all gonna be up for this tomorrow?
Get that case and decide the fate of Karmelo Anthony, of course, who is being tried for murder there in Collins County. Thelma Anderson, we surely appreciate it.
God, please let the truth prevail. Okay, let me see what else we got.
Folks, we're gonna go to break. We come back.
Thank you, Juicebox, for hanging with me all day, girl. We ain't never did this before. Hey, did everybody say hey to Juicebox? She from Mumbo 3 Seconds. I think I told him that. I got a 12-hour shift. Oh, Lord bless you. I don't want to hear this guy. I don't want to hear nobody who's going to put his own spin on it. But I wanted to hear this one. I'm still trying to wait.
Hey, how's it going?
But Nikki at night had such a, she had a rough day today. She broke down. Bless her heart.
Okay, guys.
For tomorrow morning. Fox 4's Lori Brown live at the Collin County Courthouse with the latest.
She had a rough day.
Heather, the defense and the state both rested after what turned into an unexpected 3-hour-long break that first began at 10:50 this morning, and then when court resumed around 2:30 this afternoon, the defense rested without calling Karmelo Anthony to the stand in his own defense. Earlier, the defense called 2 teens who were at Kuykendall Stadium in Frisco when 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was fatally stabbed during a track meet in April last year. The defense is...
While he was bullying I need for y'all to call it what that
Focused on
is.
witnesses testifying that Metcalf pushed Anthony before he stabbed him, and they asked one team to demonstrate the type of push he saw. The defense also worked to contradict the prosecutor's contention that it was highly unusual for a student to go into a different high school's tent during a track meet. The two teams testified that unlike in football,
But he
it would
was
not
under
be
their
unusual
tent
to stop by an
a week
opposing school's
before.
tent to say hi to someone they knew. And some teams with Centennial High School had sought shelter from the rain in a dugout earlier. Criminal defense attorney Bree West, who is here as a
So
court
he was
observer,
not the
told
only
us that the judge
one.
will
He was not the only one from Centennial up under the tent. Come on.
teams testified that unlike in football, it would not be unusual to stop by an opposing school's tent to say hi to someone they knew. And some teams with Centennial High School had sought shelter from the rain in a dugout earlier. Criminal defense attorney Bree West, who is here as a court observer,
You see how we never heard that?
ultimately decide what.
Ain't that funny that we have never heard that? It's just the intentional manipulation of it all. We've never heard that.
Tent during a track meet. The two teams testified that.
I said that before earlier.
The prosecutors
There were other people under that tent that did not go to Memorial. But here recently, that has not came out. It came out a long time ago. And, you know, to be honest, it came out around the time that I know Dominique brought it out, and I think it was when Dominique was on Real Life Street Stars with Bishop and Bishop Eli and Dooney. Bishop Eli and Dooney. If it wasn't that one, I think that's when it came out because Dominique was there. So it was Dominique, Alexander, Dooney, and Bishop Eli. And he was bringing out some of the stuff that had the public didn't know. And he said that there were other kids. Let me look for it. Other kids from different schools up under the tents.
Prosecutors' contention that it was highly unusual for a student to go into a different high school's tent during a track meet. The two teams testified that unlike in football, it would not be unusual to stop by an opposing school's tent to say hi to someone they knew. And some teams with Centennial High School had sought shelter from the rain in a dugout earlier. Criminal defense attorney Bree West, who is here as a court observer, told us that the judge will ultimately decide what charges the jury can consider.
When you are in a trial, you are sort of charged with one offense. But during the course of the trial, different things come up, right? So maybe there's evidence now that a lesser offense was included. And if there is, then the jury deserves the ability to consider that as a potential sort of guilt or not guilt versus your charged offense, right? Because again, we know here in Texas, murder is a results-oriented crime, right? I intended to cause the result of death. If that's what you believe, beyond all reasonable doubt, then I'm guilty of murder. But if that's not what you believe, then what is something else that you may have heard during the course of the trial that could also be true? And in this particular case, if we're talking about manslaughter, then you may believe that I recklessly caused the death of another. And if that's what you believe, beyond all reasonable doubt, then I'm guilty of manslaughter. Or you may believe that I acted out of self-defense. I did it, you did it, it was intentional, all of the things, but there was a justification for it. And if that's the case, then I'm not guilty because I was acting out of self-defense.
While Metcalf and Anthony did not know each other, Saturday the defense worked to show that Anthony did know another student in the tent. The defense also called a Frisco police officer who testified that while it is not illegal to carry a pocket knife, it was against school policy. Closing arguments will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow. If the jury does not reach a verdict by the end of the day, they will be sequestered in a hotel with no TV and no cell phone. Their family members will be given an emergency phone number. Heather.
All right, Lori Brown, appreciate it. Thank you.
Now we'll be reporting on the closing arguments and any developments during jury deliberations tomorrow on fox4news.com. We'll also bring you breaking news when the jury reaches its verdict online and on Fox local streaming app.
Okay, guys, you've seen that. And like I said, we got enough money for the, we achieved our goal. So what I'm going to do is tonight there will not be at 7 o'clock. Right when I get done filming this in the next 10 minutes, my wife is packing my bags. I'm leaving tonight and trying to get in the courtroom tomorrow for closing arguments for you guys. This right here is going to be the biggest day, and people will be acting a fool out there. So I'm going to have to get there early. So I got to leave tonight. So guys, I mean, they rested quick. They saying they got something big they may be planning. Nobody knows. And I mean, it's going to take me 4 hours to get out there, so I'll probably get there at 10 o'clock tonight. This will be the last video of the day with you guys. But for them to come to a close this fast, you know, maybe they got the information they know. But I mean, just looking at this whole thing, like I said before, take all of the pomp and circumstances out of it, throw race and stuff out the window, and just look at this for what it was. 2 kids, one seemed like he was trying to bully the other, and he wound up losing his life. Because, I mean, if you really sit back and somebody explains this to you, how this went down, and you never heard this before, that sounds like some bully shit. This is all a case, in my opinion, about bullying. You bullied somebody, and then it had a negative consequence, and all of a sudden, the person's the bad guy. And that's the thing that's sad about this, guys. You know, tomorrow is going to be a madhouse down there. It's going to be crazy as hell with these closing arguments. And I ain't even dressed. I might have to jump up and do what I got to do. But I mean, all you guys that contributed to get me back down there to bring this, you know, reporting to you guys, I appreciate you. I don't even know what to say, y'all. I don't. But I do know this. I'm going down there. I'm taking y'all with me. We're going to see how this goes. Because, I mean, my thing is this. You have all of these stories of bullying and stuff where, you know, you see people do crazy stuff in schools. You see people doing, you know, stuff to themselves because they're bullied. I just did a story about a young lady that was found dead behind a church. I forgot what state that was. And she was missing. And come to find out, she was a victim of bullying and she took her own life. You know what I mean? People can say whatever they want. I mean, I've been watching this case. I've been watching what other people have said that wasn't in the courtroom. And, you know, the public, I've been listening to what the public is saying. And you're hearing a bunch of crazy stuff. But the bottom line is they're saying he's facing 99 years to life if he's convicted. And they're using this self-defense thing of whether it was self-defense or not self-defense. And this is a learning point for a lot of young people out there. It's a learning point for a lot of young people. You know, it's easy to get in trouble, but it's hard to get out of it. And even if you're right, you know what I'm saying? When you get in that court of law, that arena, they can spin this shit any which way and make you look like you ain't shit. Now, he was wrong for stabbing him. But then again, none of us was in his position when that guy grabbed him. Because when I was there in the courtroom and they was talking, they tried to make it like it was nothing how he grabbed him and this and that. And then the one dude said he grabbed him, put him in the football move, and, you know, like tried to drive him up the bleachers. Who gonna go for that? Especially from a guy that weighs over 200 pounds and you barely 140. I've seen Karmelo Anthony up close. He's a small kid. Another thing is, Karmelo Anthony, from just my eye test, and, you know, the kids he was hanging around, he ain't no hood-ass kid. You know what I'm saying? This guy right here has been taken care of, you know, well taken care of. His family, both sides of the family, they look like they classy people, and they look like they're successful people. You know what I'm saying? And they're acting accordingly. You know, that's all I can go by. But I mean, looking at the whole situation, it's something that shouldn't have happened. I talk about cause and effect all the time on my channel. And I think this is one of those situations. But I'm going down there. I'm about to leave now. And Tony's in there packing my bag. And expect an update tomorrow. If you do not hear from me, and I want you to listen, if you do not hear from me by 11 o'clock Central Standard Time or 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and my videos don't upload in the normal time they do, early in the morning, you know I'm inside the courtroom, so stay tuned, because you know,
better get there early.
Bombs they drop in there, y'all gonna catch the fragments from it with the news I deliver. I'm Stock Market Steve for the Dynamic Reason channel. As always, like, comment, share, and subscribe. We heading back to McKinney. Let's get it.
Okay. I mentioned Dominique a year ago. Y'all want to go back to hear what he had to say a year ago? Y'all up for this? Y'all up for this? What we doing, good people? What we doing? Are we rolling? Are we rolling? Rolling. Rolling. Down to Frisco. Oh, no, they was in the hood. Are we rolling down to Eau Claire? Rolling down to Eau Claire. Oh, 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 Eau Claire, Eau Claire. Baby, you can tell I done ate. Let's go to the cliff. Let's go to the cliff. Y'all get my likes up. I done been on here all day. Thank God I was off. Let's go to the cliff. Absolutely. The tea is hot. Kill Roy, kill. What you trying to say, baby? What you try? What you mean by ghetto? What? What you mean? What we doing? That's my hood. We can say what we want to say about it, but where you from? Let's start there. Who was that said I'm sensitive about my So we saw him out there today.
Young man somewhere that has an experience with somebody picking on him, or why would he keep a knife on him? He didn't plan that somebody was gonna come and tell him move out from under the tent.
So I'm just listening to a portion of it. I don't know at what point. If we don't hear it in this one, then I'll go to the whole interview and find it. All right. We just jumping in, I guess, where they was talking about Karmelo Anthony. This was a year ago. Yeah, a year ago. Let's go. Shout out to Real Life Street Stars. We saw Bishop Eli out there today.
Hey y'all, listen, this is Bishop Eli Jacob. I want to see you in the house. You do not want to miss this opportunity to seven sin of Christ.
Have to speak on certain situations that happen not only in our community but in America, that things that get affected by America. We got them back in the building. Bishop Eli, Pastor Eli, Dooney the Barber, Dooney the Priest. I'm gonna go and let them introduce themselves.
Dooney the Barber, Dooney the Priest.
This is Dooney the Priest. It's an honor to be on the platform. Dooney the Barber, y'all know what's going on. This is Real Life Street Stars, and we're here with Bishop Eli, which is the street bishop. You know what I'm saying, too. I'm Bishop Eli, and just privileged to be back on Real Life Street Stars. I'm talking about real live conversation, real live issues that we come to deal with. And, you know, I'm just that simple prophet, that simple servant. Keeping it real. Keeping it real. That's it.
All right, and once again, man, I thank you guys for coming out. It feels like we need to have this discussion, and I wanted to get your guys' take on it as far as what healing needs to come from this, because the ecosystem is imbalanced right now as far as, you know, the wavelengths is off, and we see a situation that happened a few days ago where a young black male stabbed a young white male, I think ages 17 as far as adolescence. And I don't want to go too much as far as into picking sides or says who, what happens. I want to have a conversation. So before I even
give more facts about what happened, first let me know, have y'all heard of this story? Have y'all heard about what happened? And let's have a conversation about it. I want to get kind of what y'all heard happened, what's your take on what happened, and then we'll open up a conversation.
Okay. You want to start off? Yes, sir. What I've read,
This may not be the one.
basically in Frisco, a little bit outside of Dallas, the FW Metroplex, is a young man.
Because I don't see.
Melo Anthony, basically stabbed another young man, which is a white young man, which is Metcalf. Okay, I think it was Austin Metcalf. But and he had a twin brother. But from what I understand, they wanted Mr. Anthony to get out from under the tent. Some tent and said, hey, you need to get out from under the tent. He said, I'm not bothering y'all, just leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? He said, well, make me. If I just gotta leave, just make me. And then, he was like, okay, I'll make it. So I heard that the young white kid put his hands on the young black kid. And it's not a racial issue, but it's a young person's issue. But he put his hands on the young man and Mr. Anthony. And Mr. Anthony reached in his bag, grabbed a knife, and stabbed him in the chest.
Okay, so
that's what I'm hearing now. And so it's a lot of controversy coming from behind.
Okay, hold up, y'all.
They were saying
the longer one is the one that starts out with Dominique. So that's when they was making it about, but this one over here.
Literally the media foundation.
So this was a different day. Okay. Okay.
The character, or just like obliterate this child.
Let's go. This is the one with Dominique. I didn't realize that they had talked about it twice.
Real life street stars. Know what time it is.
Real life street stars, man. We here with another one, man. We got a very, very, not only special guest in the building, but we got a very serious topic we want to speak on and try to get some, hopefully, resolution, not only for our community, Dallas-Fort Worth, for the state of Texas, not only for America, but for the world, man. And we got some very special guys, y'all. As y'all see, of course, Bishop Eli.
Hold on, y'all.
On cruelty.
Dooney,
You have to be a cruel
Priest the Barber.
individual to get police tent in the middle of a storm, rain, and everything.
Oh, not him. Hold on, y'all. I want it over here. I want it over here.
Dooney, the Priest, the Barber, and we got a very special guest that we've been wanting on this platform for a very long time. We have Derek, but I like to allow people to introduce themselves. So, if you don't mind, let me just go down the list. Bishop, introduce yourself, and then we'll go across. No, grab the microphone if you don't mind, sir. Just let them know.
I'm Bishop Eli Jacob from Resurrection Body of Christ.
Hey, Room Shaker.
I'm just a young man that want to be a servant. And just thank God to be on this broadcast and have an opportunity to come before the people.
Thank you.
Just doing it, the priest, doing it, the barber. Y'all know what's going on. Real life street stars. Y'all tap in. It's about to be epic. That part.
Hello, y'all. I'm Minister Dominic Alexander, president of the Next Generation Action Network.
All right, and once again, Dominic, thank you so much for coming on and speaking. And we just did an interview.
Why it look like he on the blinker?
With not only Bishop Baduni, in which we were speaking on the Karmelo Anthony Metcalf case.
In a negative way. Why it look like a blinker?
A scenario that started in Frisco, Texas, has not only taken the media by storm, but the world by storm, in which it is honestly, and we have to speak honest, seems to be causing a racial divide in not only, again, the community, but also the justice system, the judicial system. And we want to try to get some clarity because you're very close to this case, is that correct?
Yeah.
And for those who are wondering, as far as, a lot of people, especially in the city, know when they see your face, they know exactly who you are. But for the world, can you explain your proximity to this case, if you don't mind?
Well, so the Next Generation Action Network has been brought on by the Anthony family to be the advocacy arm of this family. Our organization, for the last 11 years, have represented so many different cases and high-profile cases here in North Texas and across the country. So our organization is literally in charge of all the advocacy and making sure people understand exactly what it is. And we try to be able to understand there's a difference between the legal ramifications and the advocacy part. Sometimes people and their concepts, they get that blended together. They're like, oh, are you a lawyer? No, I'm not a lawyer. I just run a human and civil rights organization.
It's
Lawyers
still
go
on
in
the
the
books.
courtroom. We go out in the streets. There's two different things.
Correct. And for those who might question your resume, if you don't mind, can you speak on some situations, especially in the city that you were a part of, if just to jog their memory a little bit?
So, I'm going to say this. If you talk about education, if you go in front of Carter, Roosevelt, Suffolk Cliff High School, Lincoln High School, and you see O.W. Holmes or John Lewis, you can go straight in the middle of Suffolk Cliff High School and you can see my name on the wall. It was because in 2015, I led the walkout, organized the kids to lead the walkout out of Suffolk Cliff High School. That brought about $400 million in a racial equity lens to Dallas ISD. As a formerly incarcerated person, I tell people all the time, you don't get appointed vice chair of a Dallas ISD bond board over $3.5 billion if you ain't doing the work. So that's just
He's been redeemed
from a community standpoint, you know what I mean? Because we've always said that the future generation of our community, I can't go in the
He
past
came out
or
and
go
did
this,
something
but
better
I
for
can make
himself.
sure that our future is better. As a person who was born and raised in Oak Cliff, I knew it was essential to make sure that kids have possibilities and hope, right? In the civil rights space or whatever, we the one that did respond to the McKinney Pool Party situation that brought 25,000 people into McKinney, Texas after a young lady named Dejaria Becton was slammed to the ground and by Officer Eric Caseboat. And our organization, if you've been here in the Dallas Fort Worth area and you saw any police brutality or Botham Jean or a Tatiana Jefferson, you pretty much have saw the Next Generation Action Network work, right? Our organization also wrote the statewide missing alert system for victims of imminent danger between the ages of 18 to 64. It's called the Clear Alert. It's probably the only picture that you'll see me and Governor Greg Abbott in the same room, but it actually exists, right? So that's just a little small part of the work, significant work that the Next Generation Action Network has done.
And thank you for that work, first and foremost. I want to get your temperature of society right now in Dallas-Fort Worth. Would you say racism still exists?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. If you want me to expound on it, what people don't understand in Dallas-Fort Worth, this is the place that was the largest population of the KKK.
Yep.
We look
y'all hear that?
this and we
KKK.
forget ourselves and we erase this in our mind that there are more peaceful. When I started in 2014,
would you say racism?
Oh dang! I
want to get your temperature of society right now in Dallas-Fort Worth. Would you say racism still exists?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. If you want me to expound on it, what people don't understand in Dallas-Fort Worth, this is the place that was the largest population of the KKK. We look at this and we forget ourselves and we erase this in our mind that there are more peaceful. When I started in 2014, some of the people that was training me from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference from Dr. King's organization, and a lot of them said that they would not even come in the 70s and 80s or in the 60s to Dallas, Texas, nor Fort Worth. This is the area where Dr. King was literally rejected by black leaders here at Dallas Love Field. These are all history. You can literally, the only living person that can attest to that, Reverend Zan Holmes, Judge Clifford Davis out of Fort Worth, one of the persons who actually was in charge over, the security of Dr. King when he came to Dallas, just recently passed, probably about three months ago or whatever. And yet
Hey, bang.
It's embedded
What
into
was
the
Van
core
Home Church?
of
Oh
North
man.
Texas. And a lot of times we play with it, but it's in our fabric. We're the only place in the country
Good.
that our
Was it Good Street
economics and our
Baptist? What's
business
staying home
is
church?
literally ran by a citizens council that used to be called the White Citizens Council. Like the vibration of our economics is ran by what is called the Citizens Council. And all that history is of racism.
Zan Holmes was off of
When you speak on
Dirt by
cities
Dolphin.
like Frisco, Prosper, McKinney, you know, a lot of people that's outside of Dallas Fort Worth, they hear that and they be like, oh, that's where the Cowboy players go live, or that's where the Maverick players go live. That's a nice area to be in. And you know, as far as, you know, the American dream, you know, it's shared between all cultures. And as you spoke on the 14-year-old in McKinney, when that situation happened, I remember that situation happened. I was working with one of the ladies that was involved in that, and I saw that. That was before I lived in the area. I'm like, wow, McKinney seems like it's old school. If you get what I mean, it's old school.
Yeah.
For this situation to have taken place in Frisco at a track meet, in which, of course, we have two individuals that, of course, again, one person has tragically lost their life and the other person is battling for their life. When that first came across your news feed, what was your immediate thought when you seen that storyline, that headline, before you knew the details, or if the details came to you first?
Man, I saw it and I was like, I said, oh Lord, this black child, oh Lord.
St. Luke.
No, because I saw the media narratives that were coming out. He died in his brother's arm, and just the what we know as black people in America, literally the media foundation of being able to assassinate the character or just like obliterate this child. You know what I'm saying? Like literally like toast him. And I think that's the reason why people of consciousness was like, hold on, wait a minute now, something ain't adding up here, you know what I mean? Some because they were trying to oversell it. It was like it's just this temp, okay, alrighty. And then what really messed them up is the family doing their interviews. That changed the game, period. You know what I mean? Like it was like, okay, did I not hear this right? Did the brother just say that the boy told him to leave him alone, don't put his hands on him? Did I hear that right? You know what I mean? Okay, I know a prosecutor about to tell this family to shut the, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, somebody gotta be punking me, you hear me? And did he just say that he normally was the one that get people in trouble? Like, you heard it from them.
Yep.
Right. And it was like, okay, some interviews. That changed the game, period. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, okay, it's just this temp, okay, alrighty. And then what really messed them up is the family doing their interviews. That changed the game, period. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, okay, did I not hear this right? Did the brother just say that the boy told him to leave him alone, don't put his hands on him? Did I hear that right?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Okay, I know a prosecutor about to tell this family to shut the, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, somebody gotta be punking me, you hear me? And did he just say that he normally was the one that get people in trouble? Like, you heard it from them.
Right.
And so it was like, okay, something's there. You know what I mean? Right. And like I told somebody, the outrage came from the brothers' interview on WFAA, right? The mom and brothers' interview on Fox News. And that went trickling effect. Hold on, wait a minute, pause. Literally, you said that this boy told your brother not to put his hands on, and you said that your brother did it anyway. Just help me understand. Like, I don't have to add in the words of what went on in this situation. He told you.
Right. As you state, no, even me personally, when I first saw the media run with the story, I immediately looked at the picture they chose to use for
Carmelo
Anthony.
Put this on. You have to tell me which one, the healthy version from Thrive.
And the picture they chose to use for young Metcalf, and I immediately, just again, the way they ran the narrative, I said, oh, here we go. Just another fatherless boy, knucklehead, messing up society again. Here we go, got a fatherless, and they ran with that narrative to where the father made the statement, and again, it's just the way they play into, cameras in their face. I wonder who this kid's parents are.
Yeah.
Does he have parents? Who raised the kid like this? Without him even knowing the full story. And as the narrative goes forward, and again, now that you're close, at what point did you come involved when they reached out to you? At what point did you reach out to them? At what point did you get involved in the scenario?
It happened on Wednesday. We got involved around 5 o'clock and was able to go out there. We got involved around that Wednesday happened, and then Friday we got involved and was able to go and visit the Anthony home in Frisco. And I'm telling you, when I pulled up to it, I was surprised. You know what I mean? Because I'm hearing the narrative. I don't know it. I haven't talked to him yet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, until I come in here, I'm like, okay, all right, I got my concepts in my head. And
are y'all still with me? My chat not moving.
They say, hey, let us know when you at the gate. I said, okay. I got the text message and the QR code. I said, oh, this a gated community. Okay, what's going on? Okay, all righty. All right, I thought I was going to some rooms that they said. You know what I mean? I thought I was going to the, you know what I mean? Like I didn't know what was going on. You know what I mean? I thought I was going to an apartment. You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
But slowly go in there, man, and I see this amazing father, and I see this amazing mother, and their kids and their family here, and I'm like, okay, alrighty now, literally. But it just shows us what America at its core truly believe about the black child. The black child automatically has to come from a single family home, has to be coming from something deranged or whatever it may be, right? It gotta be like why
Absolutely.
In America do our children have to automatically come from something of significant less, right? Why did you put this depiction over this 3.7 GPA boy that literally has over 21 pending scholarship offers?
Miss this
what
y'all
I
look.
tell
you, statistics will show.
So the reality is
Wow.
that
How many offers?
those statistics are a jet.
How many offers? Oh my God.
The black child. The black child automatically has to come from a single family home. Has to be coming from something deranged or whatever it may be, right? It gotta be like why in America do our children have to automatically come from something of significant less?
Right.
Why?
Absolutely.
Why did you put this depiction
Jacket on our
over
back.
this 3.7 GPA boy that literally has over 21 pending scholarship
21
offers?
pending, and y'all think I'm not gonna have passion about this kid, and y'all think this could be Scooter. I'm telling you, this kid right here could be Scooter. Good kid. Good kid. But they put that label on him. Listen, this whole family has done it right so far as we know. This kid did everything he was supposed to do. He was supposed to protect himself. He was supposed to say, hey, you can say what you want to say, but just don't put your hands on me. See, the Metcalf boy should have took heed and just said, let me go get the coach. Let me go get the coach. But he didn't. Yeah. He decided to be the law. He decided to be the coach. Yeah, and his feelings was hurt because he did a piss poor job in football last season. Yeah, you was sorry as hell. And your feelings was hurt because your brother Hunter invested himself in a conversation 5 bleachers up that didn't have shit to do with him.
Statistics will show.
So the reality is that understand those statistics are a jet reminder of yet racism in their policies that they have put over our communities in so many different ways.
Right.
But in these moments, they show Black America what they truly think about us because of that stereotype that before they even did their own research.
Because everything,
Now,
every obstacle
this family,
that they have put
now they
forward
can't-
was to break us down. But yet, as Maya Angelou said, yet we rise. We should have been broken down. So that's why they putting everything in our food, activating these parasites, all that spraying this and that, these pesticides and stuff to activate them parasites in our body. Well, hell, if we can't shoot them down and we can't hang them down, then we're going to have to come up with a way so that these niggas that done came up, like, bam, I mean, they living like this, wow, gated. I mean, wow. We got to cut that shit. So we got to nip that in the bud and make America slaves again. Make them start over like they did in Greenwood. One day we'll wake up. But again, I say, with this generation, by the time they wake up, it'll be too late.
And deal with it. Right. Because they realize now, oh, this kid didn't come from what we said it was. We didn't do our research. This kid, this parents actually got the audacity to fight for him.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So
the audacity to fight for him in Frisco.
Something of significant less. And their kids and their family here, and I'm like, okay.
Gated community.
Literally. But it just shows us what America at its core truly believes about the Black child. The black child automatically has to come from a single family home.
Yep, naturally normal.
Coming from something deranged or whatever it may be, right? It gotta be like why in America do our children have to automatically come from something of significant less, right? Why? Why did you put this depiction over this 3.7 GPA boy that literally has over 21 pending scholarship offers?
21.
You know what I mean?
People will tell you statistics will show.
So the reality is that understand those statistics are a jet reminder of yet racism in their policies that they have put over our communities in so many different ways. But in these moments, they show Black America what they truly think about us because of that stereotype that before they even did their own research. Now, this family, now they can't even deal with it because they realize now, oh, this kid didn't come from what we said it was.
Right.
We didn't do our research.
The thug was them cornbread
his parents
fed
actually got the audacity to fight.
pig hog thugs.
You know what I mean?
So, and we're gonna be jumping around and talking about a couple of different things, but I really want to kind of speak on what I feel started this kind of even bigger racial divide is when they seen the Black community support one of their own.
Correct.
When it comes to needing funds for legal fees and starting a GoFundMe, putting an executive amount. And,
that's what took
about a GoFundMe.
That's what took Jeff Metcalf from, I forgive him, when he saw that money that was being raised for him against his son. It's like, what, $500,000 in a matter of 2 or 3 days? What the fuck is going on? You mean to tell me these Black folks got enough money to come up with $500,000 in a couple of days for somebody who done unalived my son. He started losing his mind. He couldn't wrap his brain around it. So are they saying, are they really believing that my son deserve what he got? I know he can be a bully most of the time, but are you telling me that these people are believing that it was justified in him unaliving my son? Yeah, and he lost his fucking mind. And all the I forgive you, a faith over fear went out the door. A lot of them, yeah. But they wasn't saying, I forgive him. That daddy Metcalf came back that same day. The same day, the very same day, and said, I forgive you for standing up against my son because he was coming to whoop your ass. Oh, he didn't say that. That's what he meant. Amen. Yeah. He lost his mind when he got all of that support. They ain't never seen nothing like that. So then he turned around and he said, fuck it. I'ma do a GoFundMe for my son. Since these crazy motherfuckers is giving this kid who was only defending himself. I know. It was self-defense, but how dare you slap me in my face and knock me on my ass? What? Okay, carry on. Can I get a witness? Okay.
Like not having life insurance, and a GoFundMe gets started for someone passing away, and they're needing $3,000. They put in a certain amount for legal fees, and not only did the community come in and show not only support but surpassed the expected.
Amen.
How
How
what
many
their
times
goal
we
was.
gonna
They
cry over our
surpassed it.
children that
A
have
lot
lost
of
their life?
people were
Yeah.
upset about why are we victimizing
Everybody need to keep their hands to
someone
themselves.
who has taken a life. Just seeing that alone, just give me your take as far as what that showed you, or what your take on that is.
Well, as a person who is the president of a human and civil rights organization, and knowing what happened in November and seeing the current occupant, the Grand Wizard that sits in 1600 Pennsylvania, I was literally like Bishop, man, I think black folks sleep. You know what I mean? And I'm
wizard.
tell you, as a person on the front lines, like,
Okay.
man, our people gonna lose rights that they never knew they had when they lose them. You know what I mean? And we going back and forth on social media and seeing the current occupant, the Grand Wizard that sits in 1600 Pennsylvania. I was literally like Bishop, man, I think black folks sleep. You know what I mean?
Where we sleep?
And I'm
Absolutely.
as a person on the front lines, like, hey, man,
They believe the hype.
Man, our people gonna lose rights that they never knew they had.
Yes.
When they lose
Oh my
them.
God.
You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
And we going back and forth on social
Taking
media.
it for granted.
Talk about
Taking it for granted that what is in place is gonna always be there. Not realizing that in that great blue black book or whatever, the Great America, whatever that mess was, that it was taking and stripping you back to slavery. Had no idea. And people still rally behind him. It blows my mind that black people think they safe with Trump in office. They don't realize that how he's lining it up right in front of your face. Because y'all stuck on stupid. Is stuck on what has always been there for you in your life. And you not going to understand until it's too late that your kids, and the kids out there is finna suffer. They finna suffer. And y'all are rallying behind his views and his point of views, and it don't have shit to do with you. It is about you. It's about making your ass start over. And the jobs, and entrepreneur, I run my own business, you're not going to be running for long. Because all of y'all who done fudge documentations, it's going to catch your ass. And y'all don't even realize it. And thinking people who trying to help you, prepare you, talk to you, understanding he is not your friend. Just like Eddie turned on Karmelo when he needed him the most. Just to tell the truth. Just tell the truth. Shame the devil. And if he don't have his scholarship already, if there is a verdict that is not satisfactory to Jeff Metcalf, whatever the he promised you, he gonna be just like Trump and Renee. They caught me lying and nodding my head back and forth and up and down with shit. If I'm not gonna get what I thought I was gonna get, then fuck you and your mama too. But what about my school? You promised me. My son is gone. I changed my mind. Just like Trump. He promised y'all people who believed in him this, that, and the other. Hell, and my 401k done went up since he promised that it was going to go up only a couple of $1,000. That's it. He said it's going to be the best I ever seen. Where is it at? Huh? Can you afford gas in your car? No, well, shit. Can I work from home? What, is that an option now? Yeah, y'all fell for the banana in the tailpipe. Let's go.
Project 2025 and this is that and the third, and people talking about, and I got black folks looking at me talking about, hey, our Project 2025 ain't real. Trump said it, and first thing he do is put the culture as the Office of Budget and Finance. So the reality is that I was sitting here and was like, you know, man,
whoa, good.
We're gonna have to educate these people.
Where to go?
Have to educate these people. But to see black
Don't forget me tomorrow. 12 hours, 4 more days. Are you a nurse?
Show up like, man, I've
you in the medical
call
field.
Me from California, New York,
them type of hours.
Minnesota, like literally, like, hey, the link here. What can you send me the link? Can you email me this? Can you do
That's
this?
big money hours,
like
job.
Overwhelming support, like people, like black women, literally saying, "No, I didn't send this through every contact in my phone, but everybody's finna send and put some money on this." You know what I mean? Like people taking the initiative to spread this fund out. And all I say is this, right? Is
he was a good kid.
I always tell people this. Years ago, I said we will never ask the oppressor for permission to liberate our people, right? And so the reality is that I'm not going to ask white America for yet permission to yet protect or defend one of ours. You know what I'm saying? And so the realization is that sometimes black America, we don't understand that we look at things from a colonialized lens, and that messes us up. From one standpoint, right, is that if their white child can yet say self-defense, our black child has the ability, right? These laws were not created for just some. They were created for all, right?
Yeah.
The Constitution should apply for just all, not just some, right? And so if anybody
that's why Trump ain't nobody
to say about that, be quite honest with you, Minister Dominique Alexander, I say go to hell. The reality is that I'm not going to ask you okay or permission or ask you to defend my black boy up in this community when I literally saw in the aftermath of George Floyd, a 17-year-old child with an AK-47 and literally executed 3 people, shot 2 of them in the back, and yet he was able to walk away with self-defense and raise more than $2 million, right? What did black America do? Whatever, hey, the court of law spoke. So
the black busted America, darker skin of 50 Shades of Brown say, oh, well, he killed somebody. I mean, even it would say, so he killed somebody. But free Diddy. Free Diddy. Free Digga-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling Diddy. Free Ira. Oh, yeah, I know he pissed on that little girl, but free Ira. Cause somebody died. And he done named 2 people that done shot somebody, 2 people in their backs. What? I thought you couldn't shoot nobody in the back. I thought if shooting somebody in the back mean that they may be trying to get away. I thought you could not shoot a man in his back. But he didn't shoot one, he shot two. And he got free. But these busted black men, stuck on stupid, no support for a kid, an innocent kid who was being bullied and attacked by twin brothers. See how crazy that sound? See how crazy it sound? It sound like there's something wrong with you. You conditioning your head. That's that MK Ultra stuff. Yeah, some of y'all done been affected by it. Y'all don't even realize it because y'all stuck on the colonial. I call it stupid. You don't know no better. I know. It's hard to unwash what you have been taught with this, the fake picture perfect, like they are superior. Where, this is a white man's world. Now it's a black man's world that has been painted white. We were here first. Let me say it again. It is not a white man's world. My mama used to say that. It is a black man's world that they have stole and painted it white. Get that in your thick skull. So although it has appeared that they have been getting away, if you believe in God, he said that we up. This is our season. Act like it. Stand on something. I don't care what they done whitewashed, what they done got away with it. We are moving forward. That's why they're going to the extremes that they are right now. It ain't because Trump just want to build a new world order. You see how he is disrespectful to every black female reporter. And you think he care about you? No. He used the black people. He used them. Y'all better stop being stuck on stupid. I'm just telling you, that's the deal. They have dictated and manipulated the minds. Let's go. This is the black man's world. They have just painted over it, and they painted that shit white.
Is respect that change process that black America respected, right? And so if you raised it for the white boy, we can raise it for the black boy.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
It's still in the books.
We ain't asking you for permission to raise those funds, right? Because at the end of the day, Karmelo didn't later on claim self-defense. He claimed self-defense from the moment he done it. That was literally in the affidavit. It wasn't nothing that he arrived to days later.
He
literally said it from the moment. It's in the police affidavit of what Karmelo Anthony said when they put the handcuffs on him. He said in statement on the affidavit, is he okay?
Is he okay?
All right. Meaning that he didn't premeditate, he didn't intend, he didn't do none of that. And it was self-defense is what Karmelo Anthony said. That's all I want people to understand, right?
I did it, but I told him to leave me alone.
People asking me, a lot of different things. And this case is very interesting because I always tell people all the time, it's hard for us to talk about a lot of the details in the case because a lot of the witnesses are minors. And so,
they lie like adults.
We can say, but literally say, hey, man, sit back, stand by, and look at us in court, right? And so that's the only thing. But
they lie like adults.
As black people, allow them to give us permission to rise up.
Correct.
Everything about us is under attack right now. Everything. Our classroom, everything. We can't even talk about our own history.
Come on.
You know what I mean? Like the reality is, if I died today,
they done took Black history out of the book.
The stuff that I've shared with you, what NGAN has done for Dallas. can't even be taught in a Texas classroom right now. It can't tell my story because I'm black.
They want to erase the truth.
And this is teaching DEI. This is teaching critical race theory. And so when people see the outrage, it's because, what are we sleeping under a rock?
Come on.
The man is in the White House, man. The man is in the White House.
And
man.
now he back.
The man literally
yes.
said, man, I remember one
Last
statement,
year,
man, I told somebody, man, this dude here, man, this is crazy. I remember when the plane crashed the next day and the media was sitting in the Oval Office and that fool they say you gonna pay visit to the water area where the plane crashed, and the dude literally looked at them and say, what I'm gonna do out there? Go swimming?
Yeah.
I said, man, listen, man, this terrible. Listen, man, it's over. Like, man, it's over with, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to picture Obama.
And I'm gonna say this: people who still believe in him, I think they demonic. I think that they worship the same devil he worships.
You gotta keep it honest. He made
If you be like, I feel him, I don't care. That means you worshiping the devil. If you need to get your life right with Christ.
You gotta sometimes shut it off.
But in his bluntness, people like literally stand naive to it.
Yeah.
Like understand what we have. Like you got people talking about
Zionists have to tell the truth
it's just
about what their plans and intentions are in your face. That's a part of their Zionist cult. So he's abiding by the rules of that Tamad or Tumud or Talamazoo, whatever that is, the Zionist cult. They have to tell you. So people can say, oh man, I can't believe he said that. That's a part of that cult that he is in. So when people agree to that, you agreeing to the cult. And you don't even know it.
Of racism and bigotry. And they know how to play into us.
Right.
They know how to put narratives into us, right? It's just
and
like
run with
today.
it. They run with it.
TMZ publish out. Over the last couple of days, 48 hours, we've been literally having to respond to false narratives from your homegirl, Nancy Grace, and all of them, you know what I mean, about the family purchasing an $800,000 home, the Escalade, and all this different types of crazy stuff, right? From these right-wing things. The reality is this. The family haven't even got access to $1 of that fund.
I want people to know this because I had to go through the same thing when my mother passed, my stepmother passed, and people think that the GoFundMe just pays. It's a bank. You can just withdraw with a debit card. Now, only once you meet the budget, it still takes a while to authenticate the funds and then send it to the correct person.
So let me give people an understanding. Okay, so when we started this fund, and I can't even tell you the platform. What is it? Stand Now and Go? Whatever it is. I remember the person who the platform actually became very popular when the guy, was it Lucy, whatever guy, the guy that killed the healthcare executive, right?
Yeah, Luigi Mangione.
Luigi, right? And so he raised more than $2 million. Yes. And so this was a platform. So this is a platform that don't discriminate against people raising for legal defense. GoFundMe, you can't raise for legal defense. So when it first happened, there were a couple of GoFundMe accounts that were set up. Those were all fraud. The family never set those up. One of those GoFundMes went up to almost $11,000. And then when we literally reported them, and then the conservative media like GoFundMe deleted all the accounts. Dude, we never set those accounts up, right? And so, mind you, we set up this platform, right? And you raise the money. And I always tell people all the time, when you raise a significant amount of money in these platforms, so I can set up something for you in your church, right? And then what happens is you can come days later and go in there and say you're the beneficiary of this particular account, even though I set it up, right? And then on the back end of it, you're setting up, and that's what starts the verification process, right? And so some of these platforms are they have to do third-party verification. So they ask you for your driver's license, social security number, and all that, and then they send it to a third-party vendor to verify whether you are who you are, connected to Karmelo and this, that, and the third. And then it's very difficult to connect a parent or whatever to a minor child, right? You know what I'm saying? Because it requires more information. So on Monday, when they went to the bond hearing, they didn't have access to the fund. The dad actually testified to it. It was brought up in the court, in the bond hearing, that he did not have access to that fund, right? And so it just takes a process. People think you set it up and this and the third. And so what TMZ called, we gave the platform the permission to talk to anybody, particularly about the campaign. TMZ called today and said, no, the family has not withdrawn nothing. Now, the crazy part is, it's just at like 1 and 2 o'clock, the family got notification just today that they can now withdraw. That takes 2 to 3 business days to even hit your account when you can withdraw from the fund, right? And so when they get in but the part was, it wasn't about telling the truth. And that's what Black America has to understand, man. We cannot use their platforms to verify information for our people. You get what I'm saying? People like this, like, brother, the platform that you have created gotta be the vehicle that we get our damn information from. They cannot dictate or guide the information, and then we get people saying, hey man, the news meet this person then said, man, hey man, listen, I told somebody yesterday when they sent me an article, I said, man, I ain't never heard of this damn platform a day in my life. I won't dignify it with their response. You get what I'm saying? It's like they know it. But the problem is, it's not about telling the truth. It's about discouraging people from giving to that fund. Because if you get 10 people about the rate of it, about 1 or 2 or 3 of them don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? And so if you can do that, one post with this disinformation on X or whatever they call it, literally had 14 million views. Escalade that ain't even. First of all, this daddy drive a Chevy.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going like this is stupid, man.
This information.
Why would he go buy an Escalade?
This is what got like. He literally testified in court. I work for Chevrolet.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's like?
So can we speak on it because they did have to, or I don't want to say they had to, but they did move.
They haven't moved.
Okay, yeah, I'm about to say, and I'm just because as I'm speaking for the people that's watching.
Yeah, correct.
What I got was some people saying, oh, they bought a new house, or no, they're renting a house. They have to, basically move around. Can you provide what exactly took place and why they relocated, if they plan to relocate?
So it's crazy because let me tell you, brother. One of the things I told somebody, I said one of the big disservice was that bond hearing was not recorded, right? So that people can see it. Because it took all these reporters, because I'm like, was I not in the room? Like, this man literally said, I currently live where we have not moved. My lease is up in June. We will have to relocate. The judge said, when you do, let us know, notify us, and we'll do a conference to where it doesn't have to be publicized or the address, right? This family has not moved. They stayed in the same home they stayed in when this occurred. The reality, they have not moved at all. They have not purchased a home. I hope that this family can purchase them a home because I fundamentally believe that black families should be able to get out of this rent race. But as to the volume or the value of these people's home, talking about they purchased an $800,000 home, they currently live in a home that they lease that is valued at $800,000.
You know what? I want to say this here. You started out. You said it real good. People don't know social media deceitfulness. They don't understand how it operates. Once they control the mind of the people that see social media, they don't understand. It's all a seed planted to put in your head. First of all, they didn't show where they went to court for the bond. They did that intention. It's nothing done on accident. Then they went and said that they purchased a home, they purchased an Escalade. Now, this is to stop them being supported. And we all know that this young man gonna have to have lawyer fees. No, it don't. We don't know how long the trial gonna last. Correct. And so we don't know if these people have to might have to move because it's already said they know where their address is. Correct. And people been threatening these people and all that. But this is what I want to say to you. You're very wise, man. I'm so glad I came on this show with you because I really underestimate you. I'm just being honest, I'm just real. Because you're very intelligent, you're very smart black man. Some of the things you said, you done woke me up to some stuff. So, but I got common sense to know that social media is very deceitful. That's why Trump say a lot of things about social media. He knows how they try to, put him in a situation. But it's good that you are here because now you open the eyes of the people. Because I done heard some black people, I'm just gonna be honest, they didn't even control their mind. And they said, he must have did something. He must have done something. It's got to be more to it. No, it ain't no more to it. It's just simple. If you never been bullied before, if you never been put in that situation, you don't even know what you go through. Matter of fact, I was on this show talking to Joker how I was bullied and how it turned me to a monster and how it caused me to protect my family, protect my kids, protect my brother and sister. So when people holler about was he being bullied, I'm just going to ask you a question. It's just common sense. Then they said he a murder. All these things they doing. Do you know what a murder is? A murder is somebody who premeditate and kill somebody intentionally. That's a murder. Why does social media call them a murder? I'm gonna tell you why they doing it. They already know if they put this in the people's mind, it'll turn their back on them. It'll make them say, "Oh, he's a murderer. He's a killer." He's a young man, educated, got straight A student in a good neighborhood, and you are trying to tell me, I'm a pastor. Let's keep it real. I have compassion for the young man lost life. Dominique has compassion, but you know why you like to bring out the facts. We are closed-minded because we listen to what social media is saying. So automatically, they say you putting a race card. We're not putting a race card. We putting the true card. Stop using race as a color. Who used the word race card? That means somebody is saying that every time black folks get in trouble, they want to pull a race card. Where they come from, So, but
come on. Hi, Victor.
We so close-minded. And I'm looking at the young man, and I'm looking at that woman named Nancy. What's her name?
Nancy Grace.
Nancy Grace?
Nancy homegirl, man. You know who that girl
I'm
is,
so
man.
sick of her. And I'm a pastor. She lies so much. This woman lies so much. She's controlled the mind of the people. She dress up. She not even gonna apologize after she find out that
she
they
was
didn't
wrong.
get no Escalade. They ain't pay for her. She's not gonna come back on the show and say I lied.
Right.
But
that's ratchet. He'll never come back and own he was wrong.
Before you judge the situation, I'm talking about black folks too, because I've heard them say, what he doing with this? What he doing with that? Let somebody bully you. I've been bullied before. I've been bullied. I used to didn't want to, when school was out, me and my brother and sister, we used to try to wait and make sure everybody gone. When we come to school, we was worrying about somebody picking them up. But if you never been bullied, you don't know what they do to you mentally. You don't know what it caused you to become. You don't know what it caused you to be scared. And watch this. You can't say what a person can't do or what he should have done if you ain't in the situation. If somebody bully you in a situation, you already know the mindset. Somebody tell you, hey, and I wasn't there. If you don't move, I'm gonna move you. That's a gangster to me. That sounds like a gangster to me. But my thing is, and I'm saying this here, because one thing I like about what you said is that the people got to understand the whole plan of what they're trying to do, control our mind. They're trying to get people to stop funding, stop getting the truth out. They just want to already make a prejudgment. Here, this boy, he took a life. Yeah, we understand that.
Correct.
But did he do it intentionally? Did it out of, he went to school and he just a gangster and want to just start something? No. Let's look at the whole situation. Let's look at the root of the problem. And the root of the problem, you wasn't a coach. I'm just being honest. You wasn't a school teacher. You didn't own the tent. What give people authority or feel like I can walk up to you? I'm 17, you 17, and I'm gonna tell you, hey, let's be real about it. Hey, move from under this tent. No. If you don't, I'm gonna move you. Let's be real, people. Let's
That's a
get
threat.
life for real. That's not right. It's none of this shit, none of it's good. But at the same time, if the shoe was flipped over, let's be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. Say there was a black guy. I'm just being honest. And you was a white guy. And I come to you and say, hey, dude, you need to move off from this tent. And you said, make me, or no, I'm not finna move. And I said, okay, you ain't gonna move, I'm gonna move you. In the process of me moving you, and you actually stabbed me, and you took my life, you think that we'll be sitting on the couch talking about the same stuff? Let's be honest, let's be real. You think it'll be like, well, this guy was protecting himself. We understand. Everybody accept. You know what they'll be saying? This black guy, he done went to this guy and he got stabbed and this guy was defending himself. Yeah. Nobody wouldn't say nothing about it. Let's be honest. I'm not, as a pastor, I don't like none of it, but I'm what's right. We're not playing no black card, no white card. This guy, and I'm just asking you, what do you think about him asking or forcing them? Did he have the right to go and tell them move from under the tent? That's what the mind said. Somebody said that the tent belonged to them, the guys.
Well, let me say this, Bishop. We can't pull a race card. We can't pull something that is our reality or where we live 24/7, 365 days of the year, right? It's our reality, right? You can't pull the race card. I just want white folks standing in front of a camera in 2025 after 400 years of slavery, telling black folks when they can talk about racism and get bigotry, yet just shows us that we have not addressed this conversation of racial reconciliation in this country, right? And so, like, the fact that you feel like you can tell me when I can call it out, it's just problem number one, okay?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Let's start there, you know what I'm saying? So I see the daddy saying, anybody bringing race and factor and this, that, and third. Your son got the coverage that he got because he was white. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, if you're mad at me saying that, then I'm just going to tell you what it is. You know what I'm saying? Anybody knows that. But the reality is that all I can say, because that stretched me right there, Bishop, is all I can say is that you have to be a cruel individual
Come on.
to yet police a tent in the middle of a storm, rain, and everything, and want somebody to step out of the tent to be rained on. Okay? That's the part. Like, we know it was raining, thunderstorming, and all that type of stuff, right? Okay, it's like we won't underlay that, right? You know what I mean? And so, with that being said, let's make that perfectly clear right there.
It was raining.
Everybody go back Wednesday and Thursday. It was both days.
You want him to get from under.
All of the kids ran to the tent because it was raining.
Wow.
This wasn't the only child. He wasn't the only child from another school
There we
that
go.
was under this tent. Okay.
He was trying to make that bullet.
Okay, so that just
that came out. We listened to this because a year ago we knew that there was other students from different schools up under their tent. We knew a year ago. So they ran on with that fake ass narrative about it being about the tent and he was the only one and he wasn't supposed to be under there was a lie. Yeah, I'm looking at y'all with the big eyes tapping my feet. We knew this. They've been knowing that we knew this. Just like this same guy right here knows that there's a clear videotape of what happened. Okay. We knew this because of Dominique Alexander. It was already out there. So there was no way to beat the charges from him. And now I just see a picture with the judge, Metcalf, and the DA. I knew he was cool with the DA. I didn't know that he was cool with the judge. So they had to come up with a Making America Great Again narrative. Because right off the bat, just looking at this, Jeff, this is self-defense. If y'all remember a long time ago, I said, oh, he on the golf course. He freaking out. When he started going to what was invitation-only meetings when the mama tried to speak and he tried to strong arm it, that you acting just like what you taught your kids to be. And that's a bully. Oh, people shouldn't have said that. That's his son. He want peace. No, he don't want peace. He looking for a reason. He looking for something he could come up. Baby, don't you know if them Anthony's had anything bad in their background, they'd have wore their asses out. Because to show the clear video juice box would have exposed all of what happened and who started it. They trying to prove that he is guilty. They don't want to show the proof of evidence that will prove Karmelo Anthony truth. Wasn't lying, because it's self-defense. And whether people in Texas, these crazy ass men up here talking about he gotta go to jail because somebody died, they know that Karmelo Anthony was in the right. So that's why they did not want us to see the clear video. That's why the guy who showed the truth and told the truth, why they finna ram him up, they finna string him up. He was lying and it wasn't true. Yes, it is true. There was a video. But they gonna make it grimy and grady from long distance. From long distance, so that you could not see it, as if that was the only video out there. And then, hell, when you went in there to see it, put your hands behind your back, no cameras, you can't take no pictures, nothing you see. It's just, you can just look at it at the best of you can. You can squint your eyes. You can try to, can you make it larger? Can it get any big? Nope. This is it. They presented that grimy shit in court because they never intended for you to see the real video. You understand? Your light bulb should be, the bell should be going ding, 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 ding. They manipulate the mind for people just to run with what they say. And how dare this old lady, Auntie Fee, a memory of an elephant or two, don't forget shit, and somewhere in her archives she can be able to show it to you. Woo! Yes, indeed. Damn shame. Darn shame. Yeah, absolutely. That's the reason why. That's the reason why they had to get them boys up there and turn on Karmelo Anthony, offering scholarships and shit. Because they played for a sorry-ass school. And if it was last year or whenever, they asses ain't getting no athletic scholarship nowhere. Because the coach said they was all sorry pieces of shit. Okay. So you bribed them with scholarships to get up in there and lie. Look at me. Look at me. And if it's something that you don't know, look at me and I'll tell you what to say. I'll shake my head up and down or side to side. You want this scholarship? I need for you to do it. Because he's about to get off on self-defense. Now they trying to give him manslaughter. You gotta come. I know they subpoena. Okay, if you don't know, I need for you to shake your head up and down or side to side when you see me. If you turn and look at me, yeah. Because they know that they were losing for self-defense. They could not prove what they was trying to do. So they put them kids up in there to lie for a scholarship or money. There's no way he should not be acquitted because the defense knocked down everything that they presented. Every lie that was said, the defense ate that ass up. What? Ate that ass up. They ate that ass up. Say what? They ate their ass up. Absolutely. Reasonable doubt. There has to be doubt. There has to be doubt. Because he cross-examined them and ate their asses up. Made them tell the fucking truth. Hell you mean? Hell you mean? Do it make sense now, y'all? Do it make sense now? Let what else he had to say. I think he told them that there's a video. I don't remember that. I knew that he had told them. Yeah, let's go.
You know, that's just it.
From the church
so,
side.
but at the end of the day, I always tell people. I tell people this.
What you tell them?
It's like we won't underlay that, right? You know what I mean? And so, with that being said, let's make that perfectly clear right there.
It was raining.
Your son got the coverage that he got because he was white. You understand? I'm just saying, if you're mad at me saying that, then I'm just gonna tell you what it is. You know what I'm saying? Anybody knows that. But the reality is this. Is that all I can say, because that stretched me right there, Bishop, all I can say is that you have to be a cruel individual to yet police a tent in the middle of a storm, rain, and everything, and want somebody to step out of the tent to be rained on. Okay, that's the part. Like, we know it was raining, thunderstorming, and all that type of stuff, right? Okay, it's like we won't underlay that, right? You know what I mean? And so, with that being said, let's make that perfectly clear right there.
It was raining.
Everybody go back Wednesday and Thursday. It was both days.
You want him to get from under.
All of the kids ran to the tent because it was raining.
Wow.
This wasn't the only child. He wasn't the only child from another school that was under this tent. Okay.
He was trying to make that bullet.
Okay, so that just lets you know.
Doing his mouth open like what?
So, but at the end of the day, I always tell people this. That's as much as I can go into details of it, because of course there are so many different minors that are involved in the situation.
Video camera.
They got many things, but of course for the safety of these kids. Because
they got many of things.
Everybody wants the answers and different things of that. Raining. Wow. This wasn't the only child. He wasn't the only child from another school that was under this tent. Okay.
He was trying to make that bullet.
Okay. So that just lets you know. That's just it.
From the church
so,
side.
but at the end of the day, I always tell people. I tell people this. That's as much as I can go into details of it, because of course there are so many different minors that are involved in the situation.
Video camera.
They got many things, but of course for the safety of these kids.
Because it's like
Latina.
everybody want the answers and different things of that nature. And I tell people all the time, if I haven't been able to verify, talk to, or look, you know what I mean, I would not be on this case. But I cannot, even though as an advocacy, I can't litigate this case in the court of public opinion, right? But the reality is I just point out a nugget.
I know you.
What do you think? If I sit here and me and him say, don't go out there, man, don't go, what you got, man? That's cruel. It's raining. It's literally a cloud that look like there's a tornado possibility. First off, you think about it and say, well, why didn't Frisco ISD postpone a council to track meet? What track meet you know go in the rain? Okay. What track meet you know when it go raining on the thing? What can be done? What long jump? Karmelo was on the long jump. What could he do?
And what make the guy feel like he have authority? That's what getting in some people's mind. What make him think he have authority?
Well, the reality is
you need to get off on the tent. I'm the chief something. I'm the gangster or something. You sound like a gangster.
Yeah.
That sound like a gangster. If I come and tell you get off on a tent that don't belong to me, I'm putting myself in the gangster chief.
Bishop, white privilege is real.
Y'all listening to them? They had many things. They had many things. See, this is why I don't understand y'all why y'all be trying to handle Auntie Feet. I don't know. See, I ought to shut it down because y'all be trying to handle me. You understand? They hate to give me credit for the shit. I don't care if it's replay or not. I know where to go to get it. The truth, because the truth will set you fucking free. You understand? I don't know why y'all handle Auntie Fee like that. Huh? Baby, they be saying, that old lady don't know what she talking about. Oh, okay. And I prove their ass is wrong. Okay. I know where to go to connect my dots. Okay. Okay.
And it's passed down. So
Look at
I want
Bishop.
to ask because this has also, like you said, there was no cameras in the bond hearing, and they were very upset. And I believe Mr. Anthony has stated, they raised enough money where they don't need a bond reduction, but the judge was keen to grant a bond reduction.
And she was
this
threatened.
is a black judge that's
her life was
spoke
threatened
over this from what I saw, and it seems like she has now taken the brunt of a lot of racist attacks based on just her judicial decision, in which, again, like you said, law shouldn't be blind. Law should be blind.
And let me say this so I can get people to understand what this woman said in court and what the prosecutor and what the dad said. The dad was the only person that testified on Karmelo Anthony's behalf in court. Wow. There were more than 9 people who were entered as possibilities of people who would testify, right? But Andrew Anthony was the only person who took the stand, all right? Nobody else took the stand in this whole entire bond here, okay? What the prosecutor did was he entered into the record the 2 documents and the copy of the fund, right? And entered it in the record. And the dad said, I don't have access to that. He said, well, if you think, don't you think that, in Texas, when you bond, it takes 10%. So that's 100,000. When you have 100,000 to bond your son out, the dad said yes. Now, if anybody know in the legal world, getting a $1 million bond, you ain't finna just pay that $100,000 for the most high risk bond there is. That bond is normally gonna probably cost 20%, right? Which is 200. Property in good credit. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Because that's a $1 million bond is probably the highest risk bond there probably is. You know what I'm saying? So like you're not getting that, but you asking this daddy that you don't know how to answer. They were like, okay, yeah, we had it, but the reality is that wasn't the case. They don't have access to this fund. But the judge was like, I don't care about a fund. The part is does this bond, is it justified under law? That was determined that it wasn't. And what the judge said was, if I don't give it to him, he will literally get it in an appeal. Because what it will do is that the prosecutor said that the bond should match the dignity of the loss. And the judge said, no, that's not how bonds work.
That's right.
Bonds are literally assessed based on the ability of the person being able to go to court, right? And so there are factors that are given into bond. Is this person is this person a person that is a risk to the community, threat to the community? Does this person has a support system? Does this person have, do we have a criminal history? A number of different factors.
Right.
And so let's say this.
So
Is
his
Karmelo
bond
Anthony
was
a
about
risk to the
the
community?
same as
There's
Yellow.
nothing that you can contribute to say that he is a risk to the community.
Come on.
That black judge got
do we have fires?
Come on.
Do we have support? All of these are bond contributions. The allegation against him is not a bond factor. But only in America, you know what I mean, do people feel like, that's why I always tell judges all the time, don't apologize when somebody get out on bond and then they go in and commit a crime or do whatever, because at the end of the day, the factors that you are contributing are totally different. You know what I'm saying? They are totally different. So this woman literally, based on these factors, said that this bond should be $250,000. Now let's sit back. When Jordan Edwards was killed by Roy Oliver, he got a $300,000 bond. When Amber Guyver killed Botham Judge in his home, she got a $200,000 bond. When Aaron Dean killed the Tatiana Jefferson, he got a $250,000 bond. Make sense. You know what I'm saying? Make something.
And this murder.
Make something make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like so please help me understand.
The judge,
like a judge,
the judge for his bond hearing.
Is this
Roach is a white guy now. Let me show you a picture of.
Is this violating his rights? And at the end of the day, a woman lowering a bond of $250,000 for a 17-year-old that has not been in trouble before. From $1 million, and mind you, we all know. First of all, this case has not even been indicted.
Yes.
So
It took a while.
So really,
because they knew it was self-defense.
Code. This really not a case yet until it's indicted. You know what I'm saying? This really not a case. This is an accusation. This is a cause that is yet being filed in the court. It's not. It hadn't went in front of a grand jury. We don't know whether it's going to grand jury, but the reality is that there are going to be some factors. Was this premeditated? No. Was this all this stuff? So capital and murder one ain't gonna be.
Shit.
So we know that this case probably is not even. There's probably an 80% chance that this case is probably not even going to be indicted on a first-degree felony.
Yeah, but Jeff Metcalf pushed that. Let me show you. And let me show y'all something. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. They think our blinders are still on. That's what I think. Yeah, and they was gonna run it. They was gonna run it, and they was going to try to get away with it. And people can. I know a person who is mad at. Well, she says she talked to him in court, but about him, Dominique Alexander, in his background. I don't care nothing about none of that. If it had not been for him, a lot of the steps forward that was made wouldn't have been made. Because like he said a long time ago, it's still in the books. Now, look at here and tell me what you see. Do you see what I see? At a house party in Frisco. Do you see? Auntie P, you gonna make up a song? I sure am. Do you see what I see? At a party in Frisco. Oh, take it down. Okay, you need to see it with both your good eyes. Put your glasses on. Do you see? Put your glasses on. Do you see what I see? Is that Metcalf and the judge? Do you see what Auntie Fee, huh? How is this legal? Austin dad is at a house party with the judge and the DA. Drop the motherfucking mic. What you gotta say about that? And you really think that they was not gonna push the envelope, knowing good and damn well that this is self-defense, and he had the right to defend themselves or himself. Yeah. And if it was the opposite, he would have never been indicted. I knew he was cool with the DA. I made fun of that about them going on the golf course and swinging it out on the golf course, but telling him that you're gonna have to find a way because right now the judge, the court is saying no, and they forced it. They forced it twice before the grand jury. No, he was a realtor. He was a SA realtor, triple X realtor. Yeah, he has SA charges against him. So I knew him and the DA was cool. I did not know the judge, but I guess, yeah. The one who was gnawing his head to the answers and shit. Can y'all believe that? I got one more. I told y'all I was waiting for some of the tea to come out. Nick and Knight, she may be distraught, man. They got into her. They had her. Yeah. I'm finna get off of here. Hold on. Hold on. I don't want to miss y'all. I don't even want to start. Hold on. Let me go here. Baby, my light. Where my lights at? Hey, yeah. Y'all see how y'all do me? Dominique is a person. But don't get it twisted. He was a hustler. Yeah, he was out there. He said it. He's not in denial. I mean, come on. But he stood up for the young kid. So I don't give a shit about none of that. Hell, the what's their name? The Metcalf boys, they hustlers and illers and they thugs and all type of shit. I don't expect for nobody to be perfect. But I'm not going to hold his past over him if he has been redeemed. Now, if he's still out in being a pimp and beating people and You know, all of that type of stuff. I see people, y'all interact with people every day on YouTube who neglect their kids. Let me say it again for the ones in the back. Y'all interact with people every day. Y'all are cool with people on YouTube, kiki, ha ha, and all other type of shit who neglects their kids. So how are you or some of the same people gonna hold him to a special regards for what, I don't know if it was abuse or neglect or whatever it was to kids' health, and they on YouTube all fucking day abusing kids. Abuse just is not just hitting. You know, you don't think some of these kids don't feel love because their parents are on YouTube all day, every day? Huh? Okay, yeah, no. But here's the other one that came out just minutes ago. Let me hit her like button. Cut the volume up. And let her commercial play. Okay. Y'all ready to hear this?
As long as it takes. No, they're not going to be sequestered right now. They're working on the jury charge. Come back in the morning for opening or for closing statements, and then the jury will deliberate. When they're done deliberating, the judge said they can call it whatever time they want to, but they're going straight to a hotel. I know you're going to be here at 12. No, I ain't going to be back up here because I'm not going to deal with Jeff Metcalf and his racist ass shit. What? Bullying people out of their damn seats. What do you mean? Bullying him and his family bullied us out of our seats, which is the whole reason we're here in this trial. That's how this trial came to be, is because his kids are bullies and want to bully people out of their seat. And what did he do? He turned around and sat and did it to all of us inside the courtroom and laughed about it. They got the first. So where do you think his kids learn to be bullies at? According to their environment. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're not talking about street life. What, the PPP loans? So she was here, made it in the courts.
No, they're not going to be sequestered right now. They're working on the jury charge. Come back in the morning for opening or for closing statements, and then the jury will deliberate.
The daddy did the same thing his sons did to
whatever time they want to, but they're going straight to a hotel. I know you're going to be here at 12.
Carmelo.
No, I ain't going to be back up here because I'm not going to deal with Jeff Metcalf and his racist ass shit. What? Bullying people out of their damn seats. What do you mean? Bullying him and his family bullied us out of our seats, which is the whole reason we're here in this trial. That's how this trial came to be, is because his kids are bullies and want to bully people out of their seat. And what did he do? He turned around and sat and did it to all of us inside the courtroom and laughed about it. They got the first. So where do you think his kids?
So he brought more people in there and made them give up their seats because he's cool with the damn judge. See how that connected just like that? He cool with the judge. They only supposed to have 10 each. 10 of the Karmelo's family and 10 on the Metcalfs. He had his 10 and he took some of the ones that was chosen, the citizens that was chosen out of the 27 and moved some of them out of their seats and laughed about it. Yeah, so he don't want the outside media in. They don't want that coverage. They don't want the truth. Somebody told it about him nodding his head and it may have been her, because why were they targeted to move? They definitely don't want people in there who is telling the truth. So whoever told on him nodding his head and answering those questions is probably who got booted out, bullied, as she put it.
As long as it takes. No, they're not going to be sequestered right now. They're working on the jury charge. Come back in the morning for opening or for closing statements, and then the jury will deliberate. When they're done deliberating, the judge said they can call it whatever time they want to, but they're going straight to a hotel. I know you're going to be here at 12. No, I ain't going to be back up here because I'm not going to deal with Jeff Metcalf and his racist ass shit. What? Bullying people out of their damn seats. What do you mean? They're going straight to a hotel. I know you're going to be here at 12. No, I ain't gonna be back up here because I'm not gonna deal with Jeff Metcalf and his racist ass shit.
What?
Bullying people out of their damn seats.
What do you mean?
Bullying him and his family bullied us out of our seats, which is the whole reason we're here in this trial. That's how this trial came to be, is because his kids are bullies and want to bully people out of their seat. And what did he do? He turned around and sat and did it to all of us inside the courtroom and laughed about it.
They got the first
So where do you think his kids learn to be bullies at? According to their environment. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you very much. You said enough, soul sister. Hey, sister, soul, sister, soul, sister, soul, sister. Hey, sister. Okay, I think I got one more. I hope I ain't missing nothing that he said, but it's almost it's 9 o'clock. And I just saw something else that came up I want to touch bases on. If y'all don't mind. Y'all still with me? Y'all still hanging? This gonna be the last one, Lord, unless the two girls come up that I listened to. In my opinion, she sure did. Snap. Ow, ow, ow. Yes, indeed. Y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button for Auntie Fee. Hit the like button. Hit the like button for Auntie Fee. Can you do it for me? Can you do it for Auntie Fee? Can you do it for Auntie Fee? Is that all right? Woo, baby. Y'all better make sure I eat, because y'all get it like this if y'all make sure Auntie Fee eat. If I don't eat, you know, I'll shit down. Oh, girl, stop playing. Come on, let me find it. Oh, he's all right. Well, you know about Jesus. He's all right. What you know about Jesus? He's all right. Lord, I hope you protect the truth and bring it forward, Lord. Bring the truth forward and the true verdict. Please, Lord, in Jesus' name. Bring it forward. Bring it all out. Cut no corners with the truth. How's hold on. I was just watching it over there. Hold on. Oh, here it is.
Importance of what court has been.
I'm trying to make sure I take it back to the beginning. Y'all ready?
Welcome to the Public Opinion Court, where the truth ain't reality, but opinions are. Welcome to tonight's overview or recap of the Karmelo Anthony self-defense murder trial, which, if you have been following me, you know that the Public Opinion Court has been on location inside of the courtroom overseeing this particular trial because of the importance of what is going on in Collin County. Now, as you're entering in, make sure you are subscribing, liking, and sharing this channel, because as our channel begins to grow, we want to make sure that we are reaching the right audience, and we cannot do that without you. So with that being said, let me go ahead and just give you a recap. If you've been following me since last year or even this year, you know that when this case, the Karmelo Anthony incident that happened in Frisco last April happened, I was boots to motherfucking ground. because as a former prosecutor,
You
I
may
can
want to
pick up
scroll
on a
back
pattern and a
when it's
pattern
over
of
and check it out. Good
racism
stuff.
and charging based off of race and not based off of the law. And that's exactly what we've seen this past week with this trial. It's not just the fact that jury selection, there's no person of color.
That's why the
i.e.
judge,
us,
they said the judge didn't do
but
the
I can tell you
striking.
there are about 3 Asians, 2 Indian women, and the rest are white and black
I thought there was,
jurors.
I thought there was some Hispanics in there. A knife cutter.
Person of color, i.e. us. But I can tell you there are about 3 Asians, 2 Indian women, and the rest are white and black
White and black.
jurors.
White and what?
What I can tell you is the jury makeup is they have 3 Asian women, they have 2 Indian women, and the rest of the jury pool is white men and white women.
Okay.
So when we're talking about fairness, we can tell it's not fair at that point. We can tell it's not fair then. But let's just do an overview because I don't want to be long with y'all because we have closing statements that are going to happen tomorrow. And y'all, your girl has been up. So we know that the state rests their case on Saturday. And the state called a total of 21 witnesses. And in those 21 witnesses, 3 of the students who was a part of their witness list gave inconsistent statements. And one would ask, like, well, why would the state call no and allow them to testify? That is because this particular prosecutor has a racial agenda. He's been using race the entire inception of this trial. So when you use a racial undertone, you know why they cherry-picked the state's witnesses in order to build a narrative of authority as well as lacking deadly force. So when I say authority, they have been using the students to say, oh, well, Karmelo didn't have authority to be under your tent. That's not what the law states, and that's not what the policy stated. So instead of going to an adult, they use children. That's the reason why we're here, because a child thought that they had authority over another child. Mm-hmm. And when another child, i.e. Karmelo, said, you can't tell me what to do. We're the same age. Go get a coach. I'll listen to a coach, but not you. That's not what he said, but that's what the energy was given. So that's been an angle. And these witnesses was given inconsistent after inconsistent. It was just an inconsistent clusterfuck with this trial with the state. The getcha gotcha is they did not bring that gun-toting, inconsistent reporting brother Hunter Metcalf to testify. You know, the one that instigated all of this, the one that the reason his brother is no longer here because he put a battery in his brother back when he should have been taking that key out of the ignition. Yeah. So he didn't testify. The dad didn't testify. And let me show you why.
Hold on, y'all. Hit the like button. I got to do something right quick. If it's going to start spinning, but hold on. I'll be right back. Y'all still here? Can y'all still hear me? Y'all still here? Can y'all still hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I need some ones or some thumbs up or some something just ain't right. What? Oh, ow. Something just... Okay, there y'all go. Okay, let's go.
They wouldn't have testified.
Hey, Maurice.
said something just inappropriate and uncalled for, and I turned around and asked him who he was.
Hold on. Let me take this down so y'all can see.
The dad didn't testify. And let me show you why they wouldn't have testified.
Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for, and I turned around and asked him
There
who
you
he
go,
was.
y'all.
He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is when he's his brother's just having my back. And things started getting more higher intensity. And the kid said some aggressive stuff, reckless stuff. Also trying to handle the problem.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him run down the bleachers, grabbing his chest.
But they asked him to move, and when Austin grabbed his backpack to move, take it, he stabbed him in the chest and killed him.
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
There was no jumping, there was no punches, there was no nothing thrown. The first physical confrontation was from Karmelo. There wasn't 4 people. Once again, you're misinformed. You haven't seen the video.
So you over and over that
You haven't seen the video.
What happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him run down the bleachers, grabbing his chest.
But they asked him to move, and when Austin grabbed his backpack to move, take it, he stabbed him in the chest and killed him.
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
There was no jumping, there was no punches, there was no nothing thrown. The first physical confrontation was from Karmelo. There wasn't 4 people. Once again, you're misinformed. You haven't seen the video.
So you over and over that you made a claim that Austin grabbed Karmelo's bag. Can you tell me if that's true or not?
My understanding, of course, I did not witness it, but my understanding, that is correct.
It's like, well, Hunter was similar in size, trying to make them out to be, the big bullies and all. That's the narrative they're going down. And as the defense attorney is asking this, I can see Jeff Metcalf, the father, just shaking his head like these boys are not the same size. And the young man on the stand said, I wouldn't say that. And he actually said that Austin was substantially bigger than Hunter, which is very interesting. Because, you're going down this narrative and then you have a witness on the stand that's supposed to be in support of your narrative and he's negating things that you're saying. I don't know how that looks in front of a jury. I imagine it's kind of damaging. Maybe not extremely damaging, but it can't be, positive.
As you saw, that would be a reason why they did not allow him to testify. Because
ain't that what I've been saying?
Consistency. That's the
Ain't that what I said? Ain't that what I said, Fred? Ain't that what I said? Ain't that what I said, Fred? Yeah, ain't that what I said? That's why he couldn't take the stand. All the lies would be exposed. He'd have got up there and lied. And they'd have played them, that video and popped him upside the head like everybody, all the rest of them got busted. Every last one of them that got busted, Hunter would have too, and they'd have brought that video out there with him and his mangy mud-ass mama who taught their kids how to be, thugs, Frisco thugs. The menace of Frisco. The menace of Memorial High. Yeah. That's why Hunter didn't take the stand. And that's exactly why there was no need for Karmelo to take the stand. They had not proved without a shadow of a doubt. There we go.
Higher intensity. And the kid said some aggressive stuff, reckless stuff. Also trying to handle the problem.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around.
I love when I hear him say that. He got aggressive and grabbed the bag. So he got pissed off, yanked that bag, and went up, marching up the bleachers. Yeah. I love when I hear him say that. What his brother did. Yeah. He got aggressive. Got mad, mangy, mud. Growl dog. Mud dog. Atomic dog. Grabbed that bag and went to marching up bleachers. I'ma whoop this nigga's ass.
Things started getting more like higher intensity, and the kid said some on my back, and things started getting more like higher intensity, and the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him run down the bleachers, grabbing his chest.
But they asked him to move, and when Austin grabbed his backpack to move, take it.
Austin grabbed his backpack to make him move. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. This is why you passing our scholarships and shit. Cause even you set your bully ass on. Grab somebody's property to put them out. You, Big Manger, Mud Puppy, it was you, yeah, who confirmed that your son broke the law.
After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive, he grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him run down the bleachers, grabbing his chest.
But they asked him to move, and when Austin grabbed his backpack to move, take it, he stabbed him in the chest and killed him.
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch. What? There was no jumping, there was no punches, there was no nothing thrown. The first physical confrontation was from Karmelo. There wasn't 4 people. Once again, you're misinformed.
You grabbed his bag.
Over and over that you made a claim that Austin grabbed Karmelo's bag. Can you tell me if that's true or not?
Going.
My understanding, of course, I did not witness it, but my understanding, that is correct.
It's like, well, Hunter was similar in size, trying to make them out to be, the big bullies and all. That's the narrative they're going down. And as the defense attorney is asking this, I can see Jeff Metcalf, the father, just shaking his head like these boys are not the same size. And the young man on the stand said, I wouldn't say that. And
I heard that they was attempting to negotiate for manslaughter. I heard that.
I mean, you're going down this narrative, and then you have a witness on the stand that's supposed to be in support of your narrative, and he's negating things that you're saying.
And guess what, Kawana? They not gonna get murder either. You understand? They are not gonna get murder. That's why they're trying to negotiate. That's what that 3 hours was, trying to get the slow bunny Metcalf on the stand. And they know that they would have ate his monkey ass up because they had already stacked up what they was gonna hit him with. You understand? Do you understand? Do you? I know they didn't forget, because you remember I was trying to find them and I was saying that they had scrubbed him from the internet, and it was like the next day I could find him. Slow bunny. Y'all remember that? I was looking for that video and I was looking for Hunter, and I was like, every time I go to and I could click a picture and it would take me to not found. And then the next day I tried it again. And then all of this, I said, oh, look at God. Here it is. They had that shit tied up because they was pulling it. They was pulling it. And the next day, when I could find the prosecutors, they was closing, they were ending, they were resting. Yeah. I don't know. It's looking good to me. I ain't lying. It's a lot out there. Yeah. And Hunter should have went up there. But he's scared. Just like he left his brother there, taking his last breath without him, because he was chasing after Karmelo. They don't want none of them truths to come out. They don't want none of them lies, because they'd have ate him up with that. Now, are you sure you saw him? Yeah, you was the one that was rocking him. Don't go, brother, please don't go. Brother, you are my best friend. What am I gonna do without you? You are my confidant. You are my everything. Your air is my air and my air is yours. You know all of that. And I saw the breath of life taken out of him as I held him in his arms. And then they turn around and cross-examine you saying, now, didn't the paramedics and didn't the coach tell everybody to go? And by the time you got back from chasing after Karmelo, knowing good and damn well your fat ass wasn't going to catch him? Huh? Yeah. Uh-huh. And so by the time you tried to go back to your brothers, yeah, the coaches and stuff was trying to give him CPR. Not you. You can't say I had blood all over my hands. My shirt was full. You can't say that. Because you froze and ran. Yeah.
Imagine it's kind of damaging. Maybe not extremely damaging, but it can't be said, I wouldn't say that. And he actually said that Austin was substantially bigger than Hunter, which is very interesting. I mean, you know, you're going down this narrative and then you have a witness on the stand that's supposed to be in support of your narrative. And he's
who was substantially
bigger than Hunter, which is very interesting. I mean, that's the narrative they're going down. And as the defense attorney is asking this, I can see Jeff Metcalf, the father, you know, just shaking his head like these boys are not the same size. And the young man on the stand said, I wouldn't say that. And he actually said that Austin was substantially bigger than Hunter, which is very interesting. I mean, you know, you're going down this narrative and then you have a witness on the stand that's supposed to be in support of your narrative and he's negating things that you're saying. I don't know how that looks in front of a jury. I imagine it's kind of damaging. Maybe not extremely damaging, but it can't be, you know, positive.
As you saw, that would be a reason why they did not allow him to testify.
Absolutely.
Because you saw the inconsistency. That's the thing. He stated that his brother grabbed the bag. The witnesses said he didn't have a bag. That I knew from the inception of those interviews that he was a liar.
Absolutely.
Like his daddy. And you heard the racial connotations from his daddy. The apple never falls far from the white tree.
Absolutely.
They leave a white paper trail because they are relying on white privilege to seek white justice with a white prosecutor in a white county
and a white judge
that is discriminating on fairness to a black young man. So another pivotal piece of information is a lot of people don't understand the concept of self-defense. When I did my breakdown of self-defense, you can go look, it's on the videos that I produced last year on this case. We went over what self-defense was. And as we're about to go over that again, make sure you are subscribing, liking, and sharing the Public Opinion Court, because baby, we trying to grow. We're trying to grow. And we can't grow without you. So go ahead and do that now. But the self-defense aspect, when you're in the state of Texas, you have the right to defend yourself from a reasonable person's standpoint when you fear that the force that is being used or about to be used is going to cause grave, serious, or deadly
a raging white bull? Oh, hell yeah.
Resulting in bodily injury.
Jumping over
or death.
Bleachers and shit.
You don't have to wait to see how they gonna come at you. You ain't gotta wait.
You don't have to wait.
What a reasonable person, based on the circumstances that are taking place in front of you,
and he's a
would believe that their life is in fear of being placed in danger. It can be as fast as that.
Now, you know, this,
it can be as simple
it ain't pissing me off, but it's funny how all these people started telling me that there was no, she don't know what she talking about. There is no stand your ground. There is no such thing as no requirement to retreat. And here these people, attorneys and lawyers and everybody up here co-signing what I said. But them dumbass monkey men want to sit up there and say, she wrong. She don't know what she's talking about. You reasonable, and he was very reasonable. He wasn't sick in his head. He, you know, he know what fear is. I don't sit up here and say, "Don't touch me." Put my hand in my bag like I got something. Yeah, and he's still the bull, the raging white bull. Kicked the dirt off on the back of his feet and jumped over 5 bleachers to get to him. If that ain't mangy mutt, killer bull instincts, yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared for my life.
Circumstances that are taking place in front of you would believe that their life is in fear. You ain't gotta wait.
You don't gotta wait.
To cause
don't threaten me.
Serious or deadly violence. Here.
Yeah, if
the force that is being used or
if
about
smoking shit is coming out of your nose, breathing out hard and heavy. That's what that's the description I kind of got when Hunter said his brother kind of snapped and grabbed the bag and jumped over leaps and bounds. He was a hurdler. Can he jump the hurdles and shit? I mean, you jumping over bleachers? Yeah. Yeah. You know, smoke and shit coming out your horns, and you swinging your head, you know, back to back and side to side, because you finna get ready to charge. Shit. And you think I'm awake. Okay.
Is going to cause grave, serious, or deadly.
With a bull like that,
resulting in bodily injury or death. You don't have to wait to see how they gonna come at you. You ain't gotta wait.
Wait for what?
But a reasonable person, based on the circumstances that are taking place in front of you, would believe that their life is in fear of being placed in danger. It can be as fast as that. It can be as simple as me weighing 130 pounds and the individual who is waging force on me
bull
weighing 100 pounds more than me. That's not equal. That's not 6'7". So I'm allowed to use the force that's necessary to detain or stop.
I ain't jab. I just try to merely get you up off of me.
Just because he had a knife does not mean that it takes away self-defense.
So don't.
Metcalf lost that ability when he put his hands on Karmelo.
Absolutely. And Hunter instigated
it. But he was going to do it a second time. Because he knows that in their eyes, white meat ain't greasy. White meat ain't greasy. So that's the reason why they didn't have Hunter or Metcalf. It was a lot of their witnesses that didn't testify that came on Saturday that literally fucked their credibility from the rooter to the motherfucking
tutor. Tell us about it, sister.
Oh, we gonna start.
How she get, baby? She cold-blooded. Is this Pedro? Is this Eddie? Is this Eduardo? Let me take this down. Is this the betraying friend? Lord. They hanging with Eduardo? Eddie? Let's go, baby girl. Let's go.
With their star witness. Well, not really their star witness. A witness that they probably don't want to call, but fuck their credibility from the rooter to the motherfucking
tutor. Let's go. Voila.
And we gonna start with their star witness. Well, not really their star witness. A witness that they probably don't want to call, but when you are a prosecutor that doesn't care about rights, a prosecutor that doesn't care about the truth, and will stretch that motherfucker longer than
everybody ain't your friend.
Everybody ain't your partner. That is attached to your body. Yeah. Jose.
Oh, this is Jose.
Testify on the behalf of the.
Oh, my bad. This wasn't Eduardo.
And in his
This was Jose.
This is the individual.
Hold on, let me back that up. Girl, how can you still twirl that tongue like that at your age? Woo! Hello. This is Eduardo. This is Jose. I'm sorry. It's two or more sticks in is personal, don't they say that? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jose.
They probably don't want to call, but when you are a prosecutor that doesn't care about, right? So a prosecutor that doesn't care about the truth and will stretch that motherfucker longer than the damn piece of meat that is attached to your body. Yeah.
Stretching meat and shit.
Jose, testify on the behalf of the
you
defense.
can roll those R's better than my husband.
This is the individual that invited Karmelo into the tent. See, the world.
This is who invited him in. Talk about the tea.
Minding his black business. See, that all we do, we mind our business.
This is who invited him in, y'all.
But what we learned was that Karmelo was coming from. This is the.
Y'all, I need a cash app. Somebody need to support the platform.
The world been thinking that Karmelo just showed up in these people's tent and he had no business being there. No, he was minding his black.
Y'all need to support the platform. This tea the tea has been hot all day long. All day long. As long as that meat that they was talking about stretching, baby, the tea has been hot all day long. He is who invited him into the tent. He is who he asked, is it okay to sit here? And he said yes. And he said, man, this weather's it's wicked crazy. Man, yeah. This would also have to be who Eddie came up and said, let me sit here. This is my partner. Or if you poke him 2 or more times, it's personal. They didn't say he knew him, though. They didn't say that he knew Jose. They just said Jose, he asked him, and he was small talking. They were small talking before Eddie came over and moved him out the seat. Said, let me sit here. Baby, the tea is hot. Y'all hit my like button, support my platform.
Right? So a prosecutor that doesn't care about the truth and will stretch that motherfucker longer than the damn piece of meat that is attached to your body. Yeah. Jose, testify on the behalf of the the state. And in his testimony, this is the individual that invited Karmelo into the tent. See, the world been thinking that Karmelo just showed up in these people's tent and he had no business being there. No, he was minding his black business. See, that all we do, we mind our business. We mind our business.
So do.
But what we learned was that Karmelo was coming from a warm-up with his teammates. It began to rain. They only had a tarp, because their tent was coming with the next batch of students. And the only reason they didn't come with Karmelo and the first batch of students because they didn't have the manpower to put it up. So they just had a tarp. So he's walking back to the bleachers, and Jose said, Melo.
What? So he did know him? He did know Melo. Girl, you lying to me. Get the tea, baby. Bring it. Oh. So he did know Melo.
And the first batch of students, because they didn't have the manpower to put it up.
My.
So they just had a tarp. So he's walking back to the bleachers, and Jose
Watch it.
said, Melo,
Melo.
come in, like, dog, I ain't seen you in forever. I ain't seen. What's good? That ain't what he said, but I'm just giving y'all the energy.
Oh, girl.
Melo comes to greet his homeboy.
I was rolling with it.
Now, there is customary for individuals that run track to go and say, Melo.
Oh, I was rolling with that.
Like, dog, I ain't seen you in forever. I ain't seen. What's good? That ain't what he said, but I'm just giving y'all the energy of these kids. Melo comes to greet his homeboy and sits under the tent. Now, there is customary for individuals that run track to go and socialize and go tent from tent, spot from spot, field from field, because of the way that track culture is set up.
That is. That's the truth.
It's a community, whether you go to their school or that school. And he sat down because of that boy. But that boy, who was his friend, or he thought, until he got Petered by Jose, because we know what Peter did to God. He denied him. He got his little ass on that stand and said he don't know Karmelo. He don't know why he was over there.
Wow.
Yep, he did. Yep. But to get your gotchas, the defense brought up all the pictures of them at family functions, them with friends, all these motherfucking receipts, and you had the motherfucking audacity to come up on this stand when his life is at stake, his freedom,
right,
and lie. And then I'm looking at the state like, see, this that shit y'all be on. Y'all don't care about justice.
Nope.
Y'all care about injustice and getting it back in blood by any motherfucking means. That's what they were on. So that's why they put this piece of crap on that stand to lie. Because he wanted to protect those two crazed out kids.
Hood thugs.
That ain't got no home training. Because if they had home training, they wouldn't think that they have the authority to move any child up out of wherever they was at.
They mama and daddy and them gave them that permission.
So he denies Karmelo like Peter did God. And then his defense, Mike got up there and said, oh, that ain't you? Oh, hold on. Ain't this you? Ain't this you and Melo? Oh, wait. We got another. Who 50th birthday celebration? Oh, this your house. Okay, cool. That's you?
I don't think that was Jose. That was Eddie. But I dig where she going, but I thought that was Eddie, not Jose.
Is you cool? Or is you dumb? Or is you slow? Or do you think we were born yesterday motherfucking day? That is a red flag to the state that you prepped this motherfucking witness and they got their ass up on there with that bullshit.
And lied.
And that's why they got their ass handed to them in cross-examination.
Yeah, because so they offering scholarships
Melo,
to lie.
But the receipts don't lie. Oh, no, his name is not Jose. His name is Eddie.
Okay.
His name is Eddie. My bad, because I'm going to Jose. His name is not
Jose is who gave him permission to be up under.
In this offense report, another witness states he invited Karmelo over. One of his teammates, Jose, said that Eddie invited Karmelo over. Karmelo had permission because he was invited over. He wasn't just passing by. This next witness, because Karmelo was sitting right by Eddie. The next witness, Jose, who the defense called, the state didn't call, which is another red flag. Why wouldn't you call Jose? Because Jose contradicts whatever Eddie lies was and these other lies. Okay, cool. Let's run this shit back. So, in the offense report, Jose says, go ask Eddie, he know who the boy's name is because he invited him to the tent. So you still got your little ass up there and lied like it ain't a motherfucking paper trail.
Who said he know who he is? Hold on.
So this next witness, that because Karmelo was sitting right by Eddie, the next witness, Jose, who the defense called, the state didn't call, which is another red flag. Why wouldn't you call Jose? Because Jose contradicts whatever Eddie lies was and these other lies. Okay, cool. Let's run this shit back. So in the offense report, Jose says, yeah, go ask Eddie. He know who the boy's name is.
Because when it was Jose, when he went up to the tent and he said, "Can I sit here?" That was Jose. And remember, Eddie came and replaced him at that seat. And then it was Eddie sitting next to Karmelo Anthony. First, it was Jose. He said, "Is it okay if I sit here?" He said, "Yeah." Small talk with him for a minute about the weather. Then Eddie walked up and said, "Can I get them to sit right here? This is my homie, you know." And then that's why he's saying, "You ask Eddie. He know who he is here because he came and took my seat to sit next to him." This is Jose. This is who gave him permission to sit down. Not Eddie. Eddie had like a little fro. He looked like he mixed when he was on the witness stand, you know. But he's the one who gave him permission to sit down up under the tent. Eddie replaced that seat, made him scoot down so that he could sit next to Karmelo. And that
he invited him to the tent.
So he was meeting Eddie up under the tent, is what she's implying. So Eddie may have set it up because they was down there talking shit. I don't know. I still don't understand how Hunter would turn around and say, "Who is this?" And he said, "I'm Melo." But Eddie was damn sure trying to record. So I guess they normally are out on the field stretching and stuff. And she said they was coming from a stretch. So Eddie said, "Meet me up," you know. So they knew that Karmelo knew Eddie because they was out there stretching. They may not have known Melo, but they saw them together. Let's go.
Back. So in the offense report, Jose says, "Yeah, go ask Eddie. He know who the boy's name is because he invited him to the tent." So you still got your little ass up there and lied like it ain't a motherfucking paper trail. So that leads us to Jose. Jose is a teammate of the Bully Boys, the Metcalves, and he goes to Memorial. Karmelo goes to Centennial. But they are friends. No, not him. But they not friends, but Eddie and Karmelo are friends. Jose knows Karmelo was there for Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
He also confirmed that the twins were the aggressor. He said Hunter stood his ass up and tried to tell Melo that he needs to leave.
Hunter.
Excuse me, you not a motherfucking adult.
Hunter.
You not
Told you Hunter
adult.
Was the first one who instigated
he
it.
also confirmed that
Hunter.
But they are friends. No, not him. But they not friends. But Eddie and Karmelo are friends. Jose knows Karmelo was there for Eddie. He also confirmed that the twins were the aggressor. He said Hunter stood his ass up and tried to tell Melo that he needs to leave. Excuse me, you not a motherfucking adult. You not an adult. He also confirmed that Hunter don't like to be disrespected. He don't like disrespect.
Oh, Hunter don't like
So he
the
started
slow
elevating
bunny.
his voice and becoming aggressive. That's what Jose said. And Jose didn't want to come testify. He actually did
So
not.
he said, so Jose said that Hunter, Humpty Dumpty ass, don't like to be disrespected? Or what? You disrespectful. That's that bully stuff.
Hunter don't like to be disrespected. He don't like disrespect. So he started elevating his voice and becoming aggressive. That's what Jose
That's that
said.
aggressive stuff.
And Jose didn't want to come testify. He actually did not allow the defense to ask some questions prior to.
So that's why he's saying that Austin was defending his brother. That's how he always do. He done stood up. Okay, come on with the tea. So he stood up and he felt disrespected and his brother got angry. Yeah, mangy, mutt, bull. Yeah, he jumping. Yeah, hard, like boom, on the bleachers and shit to defend his little brother. Baby.
He went and did a whole interview with the prosecution. And let me tell you something, as a former prosecutor, that pissed me the fuck off because there was no way that I would ever let a victim or a witness disrespect the defense. I always said, make yourself available. If you can't make yourself available, let me know and I'll help you make yourself available because they're just doing their job. So the first time the defense talked to Jose was the day he came in on Saturday.
That was the first time. So he wasn't prepped. So he wasn't prepped. He wasn't prepped, y'all. That means that he was not prepped to go along with their program. That's why he told the truth. Y'all see that? That's why they got the truth. He wasn't prepped. He wasn't prepped. And they got the truth. Let's go.
I would ever let a victim or a witness disrespect the defense. I always said, make yourself available. If you can't make yourself available, let me know and I'll help you make yourself available because they're just doing their job. So the first time the defense talked to Jose was the day he came in on Saturday. And then the state had the motherfucking audacity to brag, oh yeah, we talked prior. So in this particular testimony, he confirmed there was an invite for Karmelo to come. He came in, he was calm, he wasn't causing a distraction. The Hunter boys, the Metcalf boys are the ones that started it. They escalated it. He also says a trigger word. They were substantially bigger than Karmelo. That means a lot when we're talking about proportional force.
He the only one told the truth.
Hello?
He the only one told the truth. He wasn't
proportional. That started it. They escalated it. He also says a trigger word. They were substantially bigger than Karmelo. That means a lot when we're talking about proportional force.
Self-defense is not a crime.
Hello? Proportional. It wasn't. He mentions Austin put his hands on Melo first. And then when he went to put his hands back on Melo, that's when the stab happened. That's when the self-defense happened. Yeah. That's why the state didn't want to call him. Yeah, they didn't want to call him for that. Yeah. They didn't want to call him for that. So no. So let's talk about the particular weapon that was used that they like to victimize and say, oh, it was this big bad weapon. The diagram or the photo that I'm showing you is even smaller than this, y'all. It's 3.5 inches and it's actually considered a toolkit knife.
Hold on.
Not just the average.
Hold on. Why am I going out my way for y'all? Huh? Look at that. Mine actually look bigger than his. This is for educational purposes only. Mine look bigger than his, don't it? It's legal in the state of Texas. Yeah, that was used for them cleats. And it would have been used to scrape mud and shit off your shoes, your cleats. That is more of a utility.
Diagram or the photo that I'm showing you, it's even smaller than this, y'all. It's 3.5 inches, and it's actually considered a toolkit knife. Not just the average foldable knife, it's a toolkit knife.
A toolkit knife.
In Texas, the penal code is very clear. A person can carry this particular foldable knife even if you're underage.
Yeah, mine look more dangerous than
and
this.
And the only way it becomes illegal is if it's over 5.5 inches.
Look at her.
5.5 inches.
Hello.
But they wanted us to believe underage. And the only way it becomes a person knife, not just the average foldable knife, it's a toolkit knife. And in Texas, the penal code is very clear. A person can carry this particular foldable knife even if you're underage. And the only way it becomes illegal is if it's over 5.5 inches. 5.5 inches.
Hello.
But they wanted us to believe that it was this big motherfucking knife.
Machete.
And people's like, well, how did he get the knife there? What common sense tells me is that Karmelo already was up running late to get to the track meet. And we know when we have bags, sometimes we forget to remove things. And if we are rushing, we just forget that anything is in there. And I believe that he got to that track meet. They went in. Of course, they don't have metal detectors. That's a district issue. Because if they did have security that checked bags, he probably would have found it at the time. So by the time he gets there, he goes to warm up. And he probably noticed it then. But didn't think anything of like, cause he ain't come there to do nothing or nuck if you buck. He came there to run his race so he can go home and finish his race in life. So when this attack happened, he probably recalled like, oh shit, I need to defend myself. And that's when he realized that, hey, my life is in danger. And he pulls out his saving grace. And he saved his life. And he made it home to his family. Because his family taught him respect. His family taught him decency. His family taught him integrity. His family taught him respect. And you see, they said that after that second attempt by Austin, Melo, they didn't see him stab, but they said they saw the aftermath. And immediately after, you guys, he runs to his coach. He don't run away. He runs to the person that is in charge and is very distraught, very much distraught. According to his teammate, Brendan, who testified today, he testified that Melo showed up. He was calm. It was just an average, normal day. They were in the first batch of students to go to the meet because of the times of their events. They normally warm up as a whole team first, and then when it's time for their events, they warm up with the individuals who they are in relays with, or they warm up with themselves. He said it's customary for kids to go tent for tent and socialize. That's the track culture. After the initial warm-up, the group warm-up, they went into a dugout because it started raining. And that's when a coach showed up and said, hey, y'all can't be over here. And out of respect, guess what? From authority, they left. No problems. But see, the state don't want us to know that. That's why the defense had to break it out.
Okay, so what happened? What she said?
Then after that, person that is in charge and is very distraught, very much distraught. According to his teammate Brendan, who testified today, he testified that Melo showed up. He was calm. It was just an average, normal day. They were in the first batch of students to go to the meet because of the times of their events. They normally warm up as a whole team first, and then when it's time for their events, they warm up with the individuals who they are in relays with, or they warm up with themselves. He said it's customary for kids to go tent for tent and socialize. That's the track culture. After the initial warm-up, the group warm-up, they went into a dugout because it started raining. And that's when a coach showed up and said, hey, y'all can't be over here. And out of respect, guess what? From authority, they left. No problems. But see, the state don't want us to know that. That's why the defense had to break it out. Then after that, he talked about how Karmelo went back out to warm up with them, but then he went to the bleachers. And he see his teammate in the tent. He see the aggression. He see his teammate getting pushed. He hears the voices getting loud. But he also admit, I didn't see the stab. Nobody did. And then the state tried to put in this video that had been altered, and they don't have the proper timestamps to try to confuse him.
See?
But the defense came back and was like, let me just be real. You don't know the alterations to this video. These timestamps don't match up to your body language as to what you recall that happened. That's how you clear a bitch. That's how you clear a bitch. But if you want, let's talk about this self-defense. Let's talk about the self-defense.
These reasons, when you actually do an analysis of self-defense, there are different components. You know, the argument that Karmelo Anthony was there and he shouldn't have been there. Well, that's okay, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out because of a tent. That's an argument that you're going to see the defense make. Why did the eventual victim in this case decide that it was his role to kick him out? And then there's a tussling back and forth. And then, unfortunately, Mr. Metcalf did seemingly start the fight, so to speak, right? He was what we might call the aggressor and pushing him out or grabbing him and touching him. So under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor, when you first start the fight, so to speak, you may lose the protection. If it was Karmelo who started it, Karmelo Anthony. Now we get to say shifted because if Metcalf was the one who started the fight, now can Anthony respond to defend himself? We know he can. And then as was mentioned a moment ago, you know, are you supposed to bring a knife to a fist fight? No. You're supposed to bring a gun to a fist fight? Absolutely not. But if you're there and starting to get attacked, which is what the defense is going to say, can you defend yourself? And what they're going to say is, Anthony he need to wait until the first nasty strike, the first injury. He can presuppose what might happen, and he's allowed to defend himself. But again, a tough case, because it really is in the middle, and we're talking about two 17-year-olds. We joke and say that a male brain isn't fully developed until 25, and unfortunately, the tragedy happened probably because of a mix of testosterone and immaturity that brought these two boys together.
Yeah, Nicole.
Do we need to hear that
Lori
again?
Zimmerman, attorney, is right.
Yeah, or do we need to hear this again?
I see no lie.
A white attorney.
And he shouldn't have been there. Well, that's okay, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out.
It's not your bleachers.
That's how you clear a bitch.
Not your tent. It ain't even your bleachers.
But
it's not your bleachers.
Let's talk about this self-defense.
I know it's called bleachers. I know what I'm saying.
These reasons, when you actually do an analysis of self-defense,
they ain't your bleachers.
You know, the argument that Carmelo Anthony was there and he shouldn't have been there. Well, that's okay, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out because of the tent. That's an argument that you're going to see the defense make. Why did the eventual victim in this case decide that it was his role to kick him out? And then there's a tussling back and forth. And then, unfortunately, Mr. Metcalf did seemingly start the fight, so to speak, right? He was what we might call the aggressor, and pushing him out or grabbing him and touching him. So under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor, when you first start the fight, so to speak, you may lose the protection. If it was Karmelo who started it, Carmelo Anthony. Now we get to say shifted because if Metcalf was the one who started the fight, now can Anthony respond to defend himself? We know he can. And then as was mentioned a moment ago, are you supposed to bring a knife to a fist fight? No. You're supposed to bring a gun to a fist fight? Absolutely not. But if you're there and starting to get attacked, which is what the defense is going to say, can you defend yourself? And what they're going to say is, Anthony he need to wait until the first nasty strike, the first injury. He can presuppose what might happen, and he's allowed to defend himself. But again, really a tough case, because it really is in the middle, and we're talking about two 17-year-olds. We joke and say that a male brain isn't fully developed until 25, and unfortunately, the tragedy happened probably because of a mix of testosterone and immaturity that brought these two boys together.
Yeah, Nicole.
George Zimmerman, attorney, is right. I see no lies.
I see no lies. Y'all see any lies?
I tell no motherfucking lies. Okay?
Do y'all see any lies in what the gray hair for the victim maintenance? Victim Malin.
Bleachers, you don't get to throw people out because of the tent. That's an argument that you're going to see the defense make. Why did the Carmelo Anthony was there and he shouldn't have been there? Well, that's okay, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out because of the tent. That's an argument that you're going to see the defense make. Why did the eventual victim in this case decide that it was his role to kick him out? And then there's a tussling back and forth. And then, unfortunately, Mr. Metcalf did seemingly start the fight, so to speak, right? He was what we might call the aggressor, and pushing him out or grabbing him and touching him. So under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor, when you first start the fight, so to speak, you may lose the protection. If it was Karmelo who started it, Carmelo Anthony. Now we get to say shifted because if Metcalf was the one who started the fight, now can Anthony respond to defend himself? We know he can. And then as was mentioned a moment ago, are you supposed to bring a knife to a fist fight? No. You're supposed to bring a gun to a fist fight? Absolutely not. But if you're there and starting to get attacked, which is what the defense is going to say, can you defend yourself? And what they're going to say is, Anthony he need to wait until the first nasty strike, the first injury. He can presuppose what might happen, and he's allowed to defend himself. But again, really a tough case, because it really is in the middle, and we're talking about two 17-year-olds. We joke and say that a male brain isn't fully developed until 25, and unfortunately, the tragedy happened probably because of a mix of testosterone and immaturity that brought these two boys together.
Yeah, Nicole.
Whoop, there it is.
George Zimmerman, attorney, is right.
Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. I am not.
And if I see no lies, I tell no motherfucking lies. Okay? So, the burden in the indictment is they have to prove intentionally and knowingly. They have not met their burden.
Nope.
At all.
Nope.
They have not. Some people are going to ask, well, why Melo didn't testify? Because the way the evidence came out, there was no need.
There was no need. They didn't meet the burden.
There was enough to prove self-defense. Based off
Lord
of
Jesus,
state
please.
witnesses and the defense witnesses that were state witnesses. Yeah, this is an overcharge. This is an overreach. This is an overzealous prosecutor using race. Just like he used race to identify Duncanville as being ghetto opposed to Frisco. Yep, he sure did. He continued to insult the intelligence of these kids, saying, I don't want to, want you to feel dumb.
Oh, wow. Trump, y'all. This is
He
Trump.
was aggressive. Yeah, this is the type of prosecutors that require prosecutor reform. And what I mean by that is time to take the immunity away. It's time to take away their ability to discriminate and get away with it.
He's MAGA.
Yeah, it's time.
I be trying to tell y'all.
So, as I sat in the courtroom on Saturday, and I heard the testimony, and I looked over at the prosecutor and I got emotional. I cried because I had to check my heart posture. I had to check my receipts and recall, was I this type of prosecutor that would bring a case that had no merit because of the color of their skin?
Right.
I cried because I looked at the weight of the world
on his shoulders.
On his shoulders.
Mm-hmm. For defending himself.
I cried because I had to protect so many of defendants that looked like me from racist prosecutors and racist defense attorneys.
Mm.
And then I said to myself, no, that wasn't you. Your pedigree was fairness. Your pedigree was to protect and serve. Your pedigree was to remain ethical. Your pedigree was to seek justice, even if it required a dismissal.
Integrity.
And I felt like, did I fail my community when I was a prosecutor? Because did I speak up enough? Did I stop enough of this?
Okay, that wasn't me. That was my internet.
I looked over at the prosecutor and I got emotional. I cried because I had to check my heart posture. I had to check my receipts and recall, was I this type of prosecutor that would bring a case that had no merit because of the color of their skin? I cried because I looked at the weight of the world on his shoulders. I cried because I had to protect so many of defendants that looked like me from racist prosecutors and racist defense attorneys. And then I said to myself, no, that wasn't you. Your pedigree was fairness. Your pedigree was to protect and serve. Your pedigree was to remain ethical. Your pedigree was to seek justice, even if it required a dismissal. And I felt like, did I fail my community when I was a prosecutor? Because and I'm proud to say I did. I'm proud to say I always stood on motherfucking business when it came to doing right. I never let my ego become what I saw in those white prosecutors. I never let race play a role in justice being served. Karmelo is an amazing young man. 3.78 GPA. Football and track captain. Worked 2 jobs. Knows the Lord. Very respectful. And we have racist individuals trying to take his life and his freedom. Not on my motherfucking watch. Not on my watch. So tomorrow is going to be closing arguments, and then the jury is going to be out. They have sequestered the jury after the trial if it goes into deliberations that pass the date. And then we wait. And we wait. And we wait and we pray that justice is served for Karmelo Anthony and his family. But I wanted to give y'all that overview. Make sure you are following all of my social medias for the Public Opinion Court, whether it's here.
Okay, good people. I'm 4 hours and 15 minutes in on the second live today. Let me take a break. I'm saying that because I did not get any support on the second go around, so I'm going to go ahead and leave. Thanks for the 2 cash apps I got earlier. I greatly appreciate them. But at this point, I've given y'all some good tea. I'm finna read over my attorney friend. He got a long message that I want to just a thought. I have my thoughts about how things will end up, but will not share it. We can discuss it after the verdict. So I'm going to read this long message to myself, and I'm going to call it a night. It's on your website. I don't have a website. It should be pinned at the top. And it's I'm sorry, you said website. It is $ AUNTEAFEE. Let me put it out there. I'm trying to read. It's been a long day. I didn't think it was gonna go this way, but I'm here for it. I am so glad that there was some clarity, some good information to try to help us process it. I think we, the tea sippers that's been over here all day, some of the YouTube personal opinion should have been removed with some facts. We should be better on facts right now, and by hearing things that we haven't thought about, we haven't processed, it hadn't been presented that way in the YouTube streets, to better connect the dots. We still don't know how it's gonna go. We done seen the Metcalf daddy with the judge and the DA. So we don't know. We just gonna let God do what God is going to do. He should be acquitted. I'm gonna say it again. There it goes, Anna Banana. I just posted it. It should be, by all accounts, acquitted. There is plenty of doubt. And you have one person that appeared, one child that appeared was not tainted and told the truth. Okay. So I will be up and out about 12:30. I'll set up another live at about 12:30, and we'll get at it again. I will go to a reliable sources, see what they posted. I was trying to wait for and watch. Soon as I end it, they gonna pop out. But hopefully they get some rest today. I know that Nick needed a break. When you start to cry like that and have that childhood in there, chill, baby. Get you some rest. Okay? So I will set another live to set it up tonight for tomorrow around 12:30. Okay? Is that okay with everybody? Let me get some rest and catch up on some sleep, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Please hit my Cash App and show support. I provided y'all with some legal advice and direction in the right direction, and I have brought forth some old tea and some new tea. Okay? Good night, good people. Mwah. Thanks for hanging with me all day. You can say you hung with Auntie Fee all day, baby, and the tea was hot. She was funny. She was serious. She put people out of the tea palace, baby. Talked about their mama and their daddy too. Took us to church. She took us to church. Yeah. That's what you get all of that. You get all of that over here. Good night, y'all.